switch
Sure.
the button on as soon as you're done.
Honourable members, good morning, and also good morning to our guests today, soon to be witnesses, Mr. Ford, and also welcome Mr. Nell. I understand you are here to assist Mr. Ford with recalling some of the, I don't know how many legal matters you have. I saw on the affidavit there's how many? 700? 6,000, yeah, so that's way too many. So Ms. Ibrahim over there, who's Parliament's representative, will explain the rules of how you know it works when there is a legal person who's assisting a witness. But thank you very much for assisting the committee with its inquiry and for responding to our call for public submission. So we really appreciate that. Just by way of the procedures today, so we swear in all witnesses. So Mr. Ford will be sworn in by Ms. Ibrahim, who will explain the rules of Parliament and the inquiry, and then swear Mr. Ford in. And then I will, so that we get through the affidavit quicker, I will ask a couple of questions in the beginning to just pull out some salient points from the affidavit itself. All the members have it. They have all the annexures. And then each of the members will get an initial 15 minutes for an exchange with the witness without interruption from me, except on a question of clarity. And then at the end, I will ask any questions that I believe are outstanding and have not been addressed by the members, and then we will be done. What I would like to ask is that we stick to two types of information primarily. Either something you have personal knowledge on, or where you've got, and I see you've attached a lot of documents. Something that we heard, Mr. Ford, in the, by the by, we exclude it here because we have to deal with facts as far as possible so that our findings and our recommendations in particular are based on accurate information. So we tell all our witnesses this. Otherwise, I would encourage you to just speak normally. This is not a court. It's also not a commission of inquiry at all. So we encourage people to speak plainly. I may stop you when you've used an acronym or a specific term that is specific to your industry, so that you can simplify it for the public, because today's proceedings are being streamed. So occasionally I will do that. I'll ask you a stupid question like, what is a clavicle or whatever? We had somebody here was talking about the femur, and eventually I said they had a broken leg, because we have to achieve that level of simplicity in our work. And finally, I would say that what we're particularly interested in, the specific facts are important, but what we're interested in is also what, on the basis of your experience, Mr. Ford, may be systematically not going well. Because we then, in our recommendations, have to, in our report, advise the Department of Transport, the Board of the Road Accident Fund, through Parliament, that these are the recommendations we are making in respect of fixing the system so that it works more efficiently and it reduces cost to the Road Accident Fund and to taxpayers. So you'll find that members ask those kind of questions as well. So if you can assist us with that, that would be very helpful. So let me not talk too much. Ms. Ibrahim, do you mind assisting Mr. Ford with his swearing in, and then we can get started? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to yourself and the other honourable members, as well as all the colleagues that are present today. As the Chair's correctly pointed out, the committee is not a judicial tribunal or a court of law, and therefore we're conducting the processes in terms of the National Assembly rules. It is a heightened oversight process, which is why we've adopted a terms of reference to guide the process going forward. And in terms of that terms of reference, any person that's appearing before the committee is at liberty, of course, to seek legal advice at their own cost, but no legal representative will be allowed to participate in the proceedings of the inquiry. The chairperson may, however, at his discretion, allow a witness to reasonably consult for purposes of conferring with his legal representative during the appearance. So if at any time, Mr. Ford, you wish to confer with Mr. Null, please indicate so that the chair can make a ruling accordingly. Chair, I have had the occasion to chat briefly to Mr. Null and Mr. Ford to take them through what is required in terms of the oath. But Mr. Ford, you've been invited subject to the provisions of Section 16 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004, read together with National Assembly Rule 168, which is a rule that provides for certain privileges to appear before the Standing Committee on Public Accounts as a witness in respect of the committee's oversight inquiry into the Road Accident Fund. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of this inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware further that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offence and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. Mr. Ford, you're now required to either take an oath or to affirm that the evidence you're about to give is truthful. Would you prefer to take an oath or an affirmation?
I can take an oath.
Thank you, sir. If you can please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
You are now duly sworn in for the duration of the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ibrahim. So, Mr. Ford, I'm just going to ask you a series of really simple questions just to draw out the key facts so that we all on the same page, but more importantly for the public to also follow the proceedings in a simple way as possible. Can you just describe to the committee what Sunshine Hospital did or what Sunshine Hospital does in relation to the Road Accident Fund?
Thank you, Chair. And I just have to think about where to start. Sunshine Hospital is a hospital that I purchased back in 2002. I purchased the shares in the hospital, so it was already a hospital it running. And it was a general hospital, 200 beds in terms of its license, which meant that it was there were limitless parameters for treating patients across the board, whatever the disciplines were. The road accident fund. Getting into the road accident fund was very strange to me in the beginning because I'd never dealt with the road accident fund and basically didn't envisage dealing with the fund. But however, was approached by the People Outreach Program. I can't remember exact dates, unfortunately. I am getting a bit old. But in 2003, I believe. And just to assist them, because as I understood it, they were getting inundated with victims that many of them which had been treated in the public hospitals to a point, and these people needed revision or an X-fix removed or some ongoing visits to the state hospitals that they were treated at in the original. And they were having difficulty getting those people to go back to the hospital that originally treated them because of the sort of challenges and the high level of traffic in those hospitals. So they approached me and asked me whether I would treat these patients on an undertaking basis. And they explained the undertaking, I understood it, and we were quite happy to do that. They did indicate that the payment would be in 30 days, and also that it was a separate branch of the Road Accident Fund, People Outreach Program. Understood that at that time they had their own office in Johannesburg, and we were quite happy to do that, payment in 30 days, and even where certain cases that may be big cases, we could request a 50% deposit up front. We never ever did it, but that was the arrangement. There was no contract signed, and I didn't really require a contract. A letter was produced if it was a personal claim that had already been settled. There was an undertaking produced. We would check with a road accident fund in terms of what merits applied to that undertaking as far as 20% or 30%, so we knew what we were dealing with. And it wasn't an issue. We didn't have hundreds of patients coming in, and they came in from time to time. But over a period, we started to get ambulance services that I was new to Gauteng, and as I understood it, they were having issues in trying to, the time taken to offload passengers, victims direct from the scene to public hospitals where they were so busy, it took them a lot of time, and I think they were taking a chance to see whether they could offload accident cases from the scene to this new guy on the block. Anyway, we took the patients on a basis then of stabilise and move on, because the law was different and the act was different then. Patients had a limit, if they were in the negligent vehicle, of 25,000 Rand in total for medical expenses, and they could have seen somebody else and used that up before they even got to us. However, we never turned away an emergency. In other words, the ethics of owning in a hospital, if you did that, you wouldn't last long. So we would allow them to offload the patient to the casualty. We stabilised that patient, and then we contacted State Hospital to try and get them accommodated in the State Hospital. And one was because if they were seriously injured, 25,000 Rand wasn't going to get them far. So, and it did, we were successful. A lot of them, we couldn't just get them into a state hospital the next day, so they may stay 2 or 3 days until we could move them on to a state hospital, and that worked. But as ambulance services and people got to know that there was this hospital, Sunshine Hospital, that accepted road accident cases, it started to escalate in terms of numbers. Although they weren't big numbers, but it started to escalate. And that went through, we used Alexander Forbes to submit our claims. We understood that they were agents.
Sorry,
for
may I
the-
say, before we get to Alexander Forbes, we'll get to it now, because I saw it in your affidavit. I just want to know, your affidavit mentions a RAF 2 form. I just want to understand how you got paid, because the Road Accident Fund, I'm assuming that I had to pay you for those, for patients that that you treated, those that qualified for payment. Can you just explain how the process worked? Because one of the earlier questions I asked myself was like, was there an open tender? Why was there not an open tender, and so on? And then I saw this RAF 2 form. Can you just explain how that worked?
Chair, there wasn't much in terms of, other than the simplicity of submitting a claim with the assistance of Alexander Forbes. I mention them just because that was part of the process. And we were not under the impression, or even ever wondered, well, have we got to register as a supplier, whatever. They're patients, they come into our hospital. As far as I was concerned, there was an act which entitled a patient to go anywhere, to any hospital in the country. The process of payment, we would present the bill with the necessary forms to Alexander Forbes, who would then submit that account to the Road Accident Fund, and we got paid. That was as simple as that. Eventually, sorry.
So Alexander Forbes was merely the collating and basically can I say a debt management agent on your behalf. I'm just trying to understand their role, because what I really wanted to know was what created the legal obligation for the Road Accident Fund to pay. Your affidavit says, so the claimant fills a RAF 1 form. Then there's a RAF 2 form, which I understand is filled in by the medical service provider. I just wanted to establish what created the obligation for the Road Accident Fund to pay any service provider, including yourselves.
We made sure that the RF1 and the RF2 were completed properly, and it was submitted, and we got paid. That's I don't know what the Road Accident Fund side of it was, as far as anything else that we may need it to. I understood it, Chair, and correct me if I'm moving off at a tangent, is that Alexander Forbes at the time was not, in my opinion, because we were dealing with them, they were not just an agent. As we understood it from them, they would receive a globular amount of money from the Road Accident Fund on a monthly basis. And then they would, in fact, allocate that money to the clients. So I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. And so it appeared that, from my point, they were more than just a collection agent.
All right. So I just want to know, because my understanding from your affidavit is that a patient comes in, referred to you by another hospital, state hospital or other. They come in and with some other problem, including later on people being dropped off by ambulances into your emergency rooms. And what I'm understanding is that when you bill, you have to bill per patient. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the form, the RAF 2 form that is filled in, is per patient.
That's correct.
and that what would then happen when the road accident fund paid, they would pay a total sum that could, in its detail, help you or Alexander Forbes to work out how much is allocated to each patient invoice.
Yes, Chair. We're jumping big periods here, but the road accident fund, right up to 2007, whatever, they paid us. We got what we billed. So in other words, whatever the allocation was between the road accident fund and Alexander Forbes, we weren't concerned with. Because if we submitted an account with the forms, it was adjudicated and it went through to the road accident fund. But when the money became available, that's what I understand, and it's just my understanding, I don't have a piece of paper that proves it, was that Alexander Forbes were working on contract with the road accident fund. That's I'm not quite sure about
I see.
how the mechanics of that.
Okay, so Alex Forbes was contracted to the road accident fund.
Yeah.
Not okay. No, I get it. So basically, what would happen? The claim would be submitted, and as far as you are concerned, Alexander Forbes would then pay you a sum of money whose total related to certain patients that you had treated, basically.
That's correct.
Okay. No, thank you so much. I don't know if you were complete, because I just wanted to understand what it did in relation to the road accident fund. So I understand that initially it was a trickle, and then eventually the volumes grew to include people who came in, with ambulances, which had not happened in the beginning. Was there any other type of patient that would come to Sunshine?
Chair, when you say any other kind of patient other than road accident fund patients?
No. I mean, so you're saying, so I just want to know, for instance, would you receive long-term patients? I don't know, maybe somebody needs, further treatment, so they need to periodically visit the hospital. Did you get those?
Chair, yes, we got them, but much later on. There's a period from 2003 to probably 2007 where it was a slight rise, and it started to get busier with road accidents direct from the scene. Transfers started much later than that. So we then went through a lull in 2008 when there was that court case changing the Act, and which was then appealed, and the tariffs, etc., which went to the Constitutional Court. Now, between that 2008 and the outcome of that Constitutional Court, we took very few patients at all, because there was no clarity in terms of the tariff. The tariff, which we would have welcomed a tariff, but not that tariff, as has been subsequently adjudicated by the Constitutional Court. But the real issue is that until that judgment had been appealed in the Constitutional Court, it was a no-brainer. It was a too high a risk. We would take the odd patient that came in with a undertaking where the personal claim had been already heard and settled, because that didn't form part of the problems of the new law. So in other words, accidents that had happened prior to the legislation.
Right. No, thank you very much. So when you then entered into an MOU, what was the purpose of the MOU with the Road Accident Fund?
The purpose of the MOU was we had, as we started to increase and it wasn't high numbers, but it was an increase, and it was more involvement with road accident cases and the RAF. And there was an instance where we had handed over the road accident fund for non-payment. And it was, the road accident fund were very unhappy with that. And we had meetings with management of the fund. My memory reflects, and it's in here, that it was with, at the time, Bailey and Balu, I think, was the CEO. I'm not quite sure what he was a senior, one of the senior managers, and their legal department as well. And we met, and they wanted to increase the business through Sunshine Hospital because there were major challenges in the public sector, and they wanted a cooperation agreement. That's what it was. At that time, too, when we submitted a claim, and the Road Accident Fund had to obviously investigate that claim. Was there an accident? There was an accident report involved. And at that time, Road Accident Fund themselves would go and source that road accident report. And that's when they came to see me and they sat down and said, look, we can help you to put together the claims and also assist with the documentation. And if you look at that road accident service level agreement, they even included that we needed to supply a vehicle. There's a vehicle involved. And when I asked what was the vehicle for, it was apparently that the employees of the Road Accident Fund that they were sending to assist with the claims and the documentation, they would still go and get the road accident report. And that vehicle, they could get to, Road Accident Fund would enable them to get to the hospital. But to go out to the various police stations or whatever and get these road accident reports, they needed a vehicle. I must say that we purchased the vehicle and it never ever moved. We purchased the vehicle, it never moved. Nobody ever used it. Eventually I sold it. So that was it was all about a cooperation with Road Accident Fund getting closer to Sunshine because of the ability to, Sunshine was starting to put more claims through. They weren't equipped for that. We don't know how many hospitals. At that time, I believed, rightly or wrongly, that we were the only hospitals that would take road accident cases off the street, off the scene, with nothing else except proof that there was an accident and that they were and an ID. So that was where that was, if for want of a better word, our supposedly claim to fame. And then it just, after the 2010 ratification by the Constitutional Court regarding this, that all passengers in vehicles would be covered, whereas before it was only the passengers in the negligent driver's vehicle, who we wouldn't even know probably for 2 years or 3 years until that had been settled. And that was the start of it.
Okay, so this is just quite important. So the difference was prior, it was that only the patients in the negligent driver's vehicle were covered. Or they were not covered. They were previously not covered. And then the Constitutional Court said, no. It's the driver who's negligent. The people that are passengers in the vehicle were not. And therefore, the Road Accident Fund must cover their expenses as well. Okay, now I get that. And what your contention is that when the patient comes in, that apportionment of blame has not happened, so you don't know who falls into what category of patient.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. No, thank you very much. So just tell us a bit about, because your affidavit says that the payments in terms of the reimbursement for the treatment was regular but inconsistent, if I can put it like that. It was inconsistent payment. Did you ever get into a dispute with the road accident fund relative to that? I mean by way of litigation in that time, for that reason.
Yes, Chair, and that triggered a lot of things. Because remember, we were submitting claims through Alexander Forbes. So we didn't have much dealings up to that point directly with the Road Accident Fund. When we were first, when we had first been part of a court case to get paid, that was when Road Accident Fund called me in and were very unhappy, and then wanted to send claims direct to them. This was around the 2007, and that's where all of this started. So they wanted us to send the claims not via Alexander Forbes, who had also just put in a class action for a number of service providers with the Road Accident Fund, and that was where the problem started. And they told me that I should resign from Alexander Forbes and send them confirmation, written confirmation, that one, I had cancelled the mandate with all the advocates that were used on the Alexander Forbes panel when it came to any litigation, and then deal directly with the fund. And that was going to, and then they never ever said they would pay me faster or whatever, but it would speed up the process. It wasn't good, and I'd attached all their computers after them promising they would pay me. Even when the sheriff arrived there, and they phoned me and said, please, we can't work without computers. And I told the sheriff, okay, I'm giving them another 4 months because they said they would pay me. And of course then they reneged on that. So, but we were, at that time, we were able to talk to the Road Accident Fund because we were talking directly.
All right, thank you. Can you just tell us, it's just a few more questions. Can you just tell us about the point at which you started getting transfers from state hospitals onto Sunshine? Chair,
if memory serves me correctly, it was around 2014-13, because it was after the Constitutional Court judgment, and we didn't do much about it even in the first year, and we didn't go and look for transfers. I mean, quite honestly, I didn't even understand the word transfer as it related to that. However, we were contacted by a hospital, I think it was Standerton, around whether or not they'd heard that we take road accidents. And they asked me to visit with them at the hospital, and it was the only time I ever did. I went there, and then they showed me they wanted us to take TB patients, and because they had such a lot of challenges, and they'd heard we took road accident cases. And that's where it started, on the transfers. One. But of course, one can understand that at the time, which has also continued, the public system was very much under pressure in terms of the ability to take off hundreds and thousands of people out of road accidents and just take them straight into a facility, because there were three types of hospitals. There was the clinic type hospital, there was the regional hospital, and then there was a tertiary hospital. So those were the three the hierarchy of the public hospitals, and they were having a lot of trouble. People were not getting treatment in time. They were being sent home without the proper treatment. There were horror stories, but that's all hearsay. However, we did say to them, and the ambulance people had started to spread that word around. And that was how the transfers came about.
Thanks, Mr. Ford. So, at some point, then the Road Accident Fund, I think around 2018, cancels the agreement between the two of you. Can you just share with the committee what the circumstances, what the conversation was, and what the issues were, what led to the cancellation, and how did you then continue to treat patients even without the agreement between yourselves and the Road Accident Fund?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. If there was ever a term, the wheels really fell off. What I was very surprised. I'd had a major surgery just in 2017, and then 2018, the letter came through that they were cancelling the agreement. I think it was in July 2018, and on a 3-month basis, and the 3 months notice, and that they would meet with me to look at a further agreement more in line with how they changed. So well, there was nothing we could do about that. We waited for this new agreement, which never came, and but they carried on with the service level agreement. When I say they carried on, we didn't hold an agreement in front of them. They just carried on doing what they did, and they didn't stop. In fact, they even went further than the service level agreement when they started with the direct claim thing and used us as I understand, the guinea pig or the pilot project. It was right up to, they were still sending us patients in 21, 22. So that cooperation agreement, clearly there was not a lot of communication with the people that actually were involved in that, because there is reference. Not sure if it's that. Sorry, Chair. I'm just wanting to know where a particular email is that proves this. The one with Caroline. I don't think it's in the. We do. I've been researching documents for the last 6 weeks, but we have got one where they carried on sending. Their case managers continued to come into the hospital, and the case managers, they had free rein. They came into the hospital. They could talk to any patient. They could talk to any doctor. That was it. They gave reports back to Road Accident Fund on all the patients. But this particular email refers to an email that Caroline. Yeah, the date is. Sorry, I can't. Sorry, please bear with me, Chair. My eyesight's not good because I've actually highlighted it.
That's the letter where the signage in the hospital is requested.
Yeah. Okay, I'll call it. Yeah, when they cancelled the agreement, we continued to get after the cancellation, final cancellation of the agreement, we got emails for saying that we would please like to put up signage on the hospital and we want to put 2 more filing cabinets in. It was crazy, and we wanted another office for the Joburg office. This is after the cancellation of the... So clearly there was not a lot of communication going on somewhere. But we didn't have a problem. If I want to give somebody an office, I'll give them an office. It was all part of the facilitation of assisting the victims who were not always at the level. We were talking about the poorest of the poor. They didn't have attorneys and people that could help them understand anything, and we really did what we could, and that's why we did what we did. But this email, if I can just read it to you, it's a very short one. It was from Mama Lemoko Caroline Sejeng. And it's dated the 22nd of March 22. It says, it was copied to everybody at the Road Accident Fund. It was an internal memo. Good day. This is Caroline sending this to her bosses. The case managers indicated that the hospitals had no capacity to treat the injured, this is 22, and that only hospital that could accept the injured claimants without any upfront payment was Sunshine Hospital. The life of the injured and the real projects of amputation, this is the particular ones that they had apparently took her up as not obeying the rules or whatever. The life of the injured and the real prospects of amputation with delayed medical intervention on that particular patient of the fractured limbs left them with no choice. The one with link number, and they give the link number, the injured had very septic bed sores, and no hospital was willing to take the injured except for Sunshine Hospital, hence the referral to Sunshine. It should be noted, and this I believe is important, it should be noted that the mainland region was only notified on or around September 2020 that Sunshine Hospital was under investigation, and as such, no further referrals should be made. Kindly see the email attached where this then senior manager, Lindela Lwazi, was asking the then COO, Lindelwa Jabavu, whether Menlyn should continue to process the Sunshine claims. In the email, reference is made to when the Menlyn region became aware of the decision on Sunshine Hospital. I don't know if that's of any value, but for me it was a big event.
All right. No, thank you very much. If we don't have that email in your bundle, can I please ask that once we're done, if you can share it with Ms. Ibrahim, whom you've dealt with before, so that we can assist us in future. So I guess this is a time to then tell us about the investigation, and thank you for providing us with copies thereof, so the members have it. It is in their bundle. So the detail, the chapter and verse of I've also read it. But in summary, what was the investigation about, and what was the outcome? And then we'll get on to the litigation, and then give the members a chance to ask their questions.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, you might have to cut me short because I could talk for 3 weeks on that. But,
Please don't.
but you could cut me short.
But no.
I will cut it.
Yeah. Thank you.
The investigation in April 2020, they stopped paying us. We didn't know about an investigation. They stopped paying us. We heard about an investigation. I heard on the 4th of September of that year. And the reason I heard it was because the Hospital Association in South Africa, through the Minister of Transport and a communication with Mr. Laswala, had asked that they have a meeting. I was asked to be on that panel. There was a panel of about 8 people, including the managing director of the HASA, Hospital Association of South Africa, also National Hospital Network. So I wasn't there as Sunshine Hospital. I was there purely as a part of the panel. And I also knew something about the relationships between Road Accident Fund and hospitals. There were 3 other hospital senior people that were also part of that panel, and they were also submitting patients. They were also getting transfers and getting patients. So they indicated that we were getting paid every month. We had 3 meetings. One was Laswala, and we were getting paid every month. And I kept saying, just as I said at the end, but not everybody getting paid. He said, yes. I said, me as well? Yes. So I said, well, we didn't get any money. And that went for 3 meetings. And then the last meeting, I just lost it with them. And I said, look, I want to know why you keep saying that in front of all these people, we're getting paid, you have not paid me a cent. And they said, oh, Mr. Ford, we can't talk to you in this forum. I said, why not? No, because we need to talk to you personally. I said, you don't have to talk to me personally. There's nobody in this forum that whatever you've got to say, you can say it. And that's when they said, we sent you a letter to say that we are investigating you, and you didn't reply. We actually even sent you a follow-up. I said, well, I never received it, and if I had have got it, I can promise you I would have followed it up. However, I said, if we're under investigation, we've seen nobody. So you've had the investigation since January or whenever, and you haven't asked us anything, you haven't sent anybody to ask a question. Now you're telling me that there's an investigation. Can you please send those investigations to me? So they said, yeah, they'll send them in a week or 2. I said, not a week or 2, tomorrow. I was really angry. So what they did was they arranged for them to come the next Tuesday. They never did send me the notification that we were being. We got a copy of it eventually, but they never sent it to us when they did. So what happened then was that we had 2 investigators come and visit us. I was actually already on retirement, but I was still. You never retire. The only difference between retirement and Sunshine Hospital, they said nothing. I said, okay, what I'm going to do is what I do best. I'm going to tell you everything we do here, exactly what we do, how we do it. I'm opening you up to every document you want, every document, and you can talk to all staff members that you want to. And they were grateful, and then they started on the transfers. So they said, but the allegation is you're taking patients out of public hospitals. I said, I don't understand. So I said, they get transferred. It's on an official public health transfer form. Oh, they didn't know that. They did not know that with every single account that we sent, for years, the first page of that file was a transfer letter signed by the doctor or the superintendent or what. So it got the date, everything was there. They didn't know that, and yet they cut us off for nearly a year. And if we had not asked to see the investigators, we would still be under investigation and wouldn't have seen anybody. So that is how the investigation started.
And so what was the conclusion of the investigation?
Well, you've got a copy of the report, which was
Yes, we do.
inadvertently put into a pile of in one of our cases, they inadvertently sent that report. That report was never supposed to come, but it's part of our papers in the court. But the
Sorry, just to understand that. So as part of the court process, it was part of the Rule 53 record. Oh, so what happened? Did they put it in their court papers as an addendum to their court papers in the litigation between you? I just want to know how you got hold of it.
Chair, is it possible I could ask Mr. Nell just to explain that side of it? Because
he can explain to you, but he can't talk. So he can just remind you how that, but he can't talk.
Okay, you can. Must I switch my mic off or leave it on?
The document, it was an urgent application, and they've sent the unsigned documentation to us, and it was compiled in the unsigned documentation. But when they've submitted the signed documentation,
They didn't put it in.
They didn't put it in.
It was an urgent application that we had made in terms of the money owed, and in the documentation that was submitted, there was an unsigned copy of this report, unsigned.
No, it was
Sorry, just let him finish.
The unsigned copy, they said, I'll stand to correction because I'm now going on memory.
No, that's fine. That really is okay. That's okay. But look, all I want to know is that I think the important thing substantively here is that the investigation went on. You were interviewed. They got access to whatever documents they wanted. You, however, were never officially sent an outcome of the investigation. Instead, you got this copy that you sent to the committee from their own papers in the litigation, basically, that there was between you about the outstanding monies.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. No, I'm saying that so that we can then, as a committee, ask them for the complete version, or for the whatever the last version of the document was, so that we've got the benefit of it. So what you've got is what they then, which was then part of the court papers in that litigation. Sorry, switch it on. The microphone.
Oh, sorry. Chair, when they when they sent the copy, the unsigned copy, when their papers finally came in, that copy wasn't there amongst the papers, but it obviously had already been seen by both sides' attorneys. So it was then had to be submitted, and that's why it's we wonder whether that was ever intended to be released to us.
Okay, so you guys have litigated on these matters all the way to the Constitutional Court, I see, and you've appended the orders of the Concord to that, to your submission here. So, can you just tell us about the amount, the volume of the cost of the court orders, as well as the amount in question, and also whether any interest has accumulated on those unpaid obligations?
Yes, Chair, I'm just getting my notes here. It was as of the 29th of September 25, Sunshine Hospital had issued 6,285 summonses against the RAF for over 300 million and obtained 647 judgments totaling 180,412,038. This resulted in fruitless and wasteful expenditure by the RAF exceeding 23,788,000 in interest and legal costs, as the claims were valid and indefensible. Is that the
Thank you. And then there was a defamation issue, and that's my last question. There was a defamation issue between yourselves and the Road Accident Fund. What happened there?
Chair, Mr. Is it Pulela? Pulela. Mr. Pulela, we saw on TV, on ENCA News, at night, where's that? On the news broadcast, it was on the 15th of March of 24. The spokesman, Mr. McIntosh Pulela, made defamatory statements on ENCA alleging corruption and overcharging. Sunshine Hospital approached the High Court and obtained a defamation order against the RAF and Mr. Pulela after they failed to produce any evidence to support the allegations. An order was granted in Sunshine Hospital's favour, marked Annexure M, so the annexure is there. The quantum of damages remains to be determined, and the matter exemplifies further fruitless and wasteless expenditure by the RAF. We have had the court case, obviously, and there was a judgment in our favour for defamation.
What was the accusation, if I may ask?
Sorry?
More specifically, what did Mr. Pulela say?
He said, I think we've got a copy of the actual wording. He said that there is a hospital. Oh, yes. This is the actual wording from the. They are a company, this is part of his whole thing, but this is the part that affects us. They are a company called Sunshine, and they are a company that was involved in a corrupt scheme of moving patients from anywhere around the country to the Sunshine Hospital in Benoni. As a result of that, we felt that there was over-servicing and there was overcharging, and the matter is in court. So until such time as the matter is finished with the court, we are going to face this all the time.
All right. No, thank you very much. I think we've kind of we've covered most of it. I'm mindful of the fact that it's usually a long day of testimony so I'd like to keep our interactions as short as possible. The members have all the documentation that you've submitted. So can we finish supposed to finish at 1 today. Okay, so members, I think if we all succinct in our questions, we'll be able to we'll just squeeze into one. So can I do what I do? So I'll do it this way. I'll start with you, Honorable Neil May, and then can we have that interaction? Can I ask that I'm just concerned, I'm looking at the number of members, and yes, no, I'm feeling cold too. I'm going to start sneezing. So I'm going to ask the colleagues to sort out. So can I ask members that we do an initial 10-minute interaction? I'm looking at the number of members and the time we have. So Honorable Neil May, your clock will start now. If we've got time over, then we'll do further follow-ups.
No, thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Ford, and your colleague there. To my colleagues, good morning. My question is around the letter dated 20th of August 2020, which was an annexure in your affidavit, where RAF confirms an internal ongoing investigation into invoices submitted by Sunshine Hospital, and that the fund has suspended any payments claimed by Sunshine Hospital pending the outcome of the investigation, which is what we've just been listening to. However, Sunshine Hospital's affidavit says a payment moratorium was imposed in April 2020 and later in 20 August 2020. RAF notified Sunshine Hospital of an internal investigation. So my question is, to your knowledge, which came first, the moratorium or the investigation?
Thank you. Both of them we were only made aware of at the same time, and that was on the 4th of September. We were made, for the first time, made aware that there was an investigation, and also that was the reason for non-payment, and they referred to the letter of I think it was the 10th of August, or 10th of August. They referred to that letter which they had said had been sent to me twice. This is now on the 3rd of September at a meeting. And it was impossible because we have the audit trail of that letter. And it was never sent to us. It was sent to everybody in road accident level, but never sent to us. And I made them produce that after the third meeting on the 4th of September, which I was at with the HASA delegation, and they kept saying we're being paid. So it was a surprise, and that only happened, both of them, we were informed on the 4th of September.
Thank you. And interestingly, who approved the moratorium? Did it extend to invoices already approved? And those that were, when I say approved, the ones that requested not yet paid? And what legal instruction basis was cited?
There wasn't any legal basis cited, and we don't know who approved the moratorium. But it's interesting to note that there was this non-payment, there was an investigation where we had seen nobody, and we were in the throes of going into court, and we did go to court on the 15th of December on that very thing. The RNYP, we were suing for what was on the RNYP, because we know that was claims that had already been adjudicated. So that was how it was. Does that answer your question, Honourable Member?
No, that's fine. And during that time, can you recall what period, invoices and practices did the internal investigation cover? Did they not tell you which period, from what year?
We had a visit from the investigators, which was one day, and the next we heard about that investigation was when we got a copy of the investigation report, which was in September, October 21.
And finally, Chair, did you by any chance find out which unit in the RAF led that investigation?
Judging by their report, it was the FRD unit in the Road Accident Fund at that time. That's how it's reflected in the report. I think they called it FRD. There was another word.
Forensic Investigations Department.
Sorry?
I think it's the Forensic Investigations Department.
Forensic Investigation Department, corporate. I don't know what that means. I know what corporate means, but I don't know why the word corporate was there, but that's what it's.
And finally, has any outcome on the investigation been communicated to you? formally?
Not at all. We've got that report which was put into those papers for a specific court case. And that's all we've heard.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nilmay. Honorable Skosana.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
Yeah, no, we appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation with you, Mr. Ford. Just few questions from my side. I understand that after the termination of the cooperation agreement between yourself and IRAF, you still continued with adhering to the terms of reference of that particular agreement. I think that was the mutual understanding from both parties. So they do not consider it a risk to continue with such a relationship even after the termination of the cooperation agreement.
Yes, we continued because after that, from 2018 and 19, there wasn't a lot of cooperation in terms of agreement anyway. It was a piece of paper. And we still submitted accounts, and we still believe we had the right to take those patients in and treat them. We couldn't all of a sudden stop because of a service level agreement where the service didn't come from them, it came from us. We couldn't just say, well, we were not going to take any patients anymore. So we continued to do what we did. However, we did allow them to continue to do what they did. So we didn't stop the case managers from coming into the hospital.
Okay. The next question, during the internal investigation process that was taking place at RAF, did any of your employees being interviewed or summoned to appear before the investigating team in the RAF?
Sorry, could you just repeat that question? Sorry.
In 2020, I think in 2020 in April, there was a moratorium on the payment of yourself by RAF. And in August of the same year, then there was an investigation regarding claims that are coming from you to the RAF. So while they were making those investigations, did any of your employees being invited to go and give evidence to the RAF?
We told all employees and the RAF investigation team, I personally did that they could go to any staff member and interview them. As I understand it, I think they interviewed one or two, because that's mentioned in the investigation report. I didn't know. We didn't interfere with that. If they wanted to talk to somebody, they could talk. We would have facilitated it even.
And then I think you are saying Sunshine Hospital issued 6,285 summonses against RAF for the current indebtedness exceeding 300 million rands. And as of the 29th September 2025, 647 judgments were obtained against RAF to the tune of about 180.4 million rands. So what is the status regarding the RAF paying you this 180.4 million rand? Because at least on this one, there are judgments relating to this 180.4 million rand.
Well, we have not received anything from the RAF without going to court for it, and they have not paid anything other than the court case which they lost on the 15th of December 2020, which included on items on the claims that had been adjudicated and had got through to the RNYP, because in those days we got the RNYP. We got it, it was part of what we got every week. And it was sued on. And they never, and this is now in December in the High Court. And they didn't even defend it. We were, as they say, on the steps of the court. Judge was waiting for us. He was 2 minutes late because their counsel had come in to say that, you know, they agree. No reason, no whatever. So they agreed, and we agreed to take installments on that because they didn't have any money.
So are you currently owing the health professionals who are doing work in your hospital, the health professionals, the doctors and different specialists? Because I understand that your relationship, the relationship between Sunshine Hospital and the health specialist is not like that you had full-time employed them, but they would come and do the job as and when required to do so. So now that RAF is owing you 300 million, are you also owing those health professionals?
The private hospital, all private hospitals admit patients. Well, they don't admit patients. And only a doctor can admit a patient. I can't even admit a patient in my own hospital. The doctor admits the patient and then treats the patient for his own account. And no doctor was employed by Sunshine Hospital. None. In any hospital that is, I would understand, is doing road accident fund. Or not even road accident fund, but the doctors, because of the combined account, which the road accident fund requested us to do. And the reason was, what was holding up a lot of the system, I must say that, you know, there could be a lot of improvements at the Road Accident Fund, which might be even simple, but that's for another day. They would wait. They would get the hospital account. And the hospital account was the hospital account. It gave the full record, thick file, on the patient's hospital record. They couldn't adjudicate the hospital account without the doctor's bill, because I could say that the patient was put into theatre for 6 hours, charged hundreds of thousands of rands. Road Accident Fund wouldn't know until they got an account from the doctor to say that they went into theatre and give the time. So they had to corroborate it. And because it was going to 2 different people and sometimes 2 or 3 different departments, that was just became a bundle of knitting for them. And I suggested to them, if we put in as a postbox, so in other words, when Sunshine Hospital's account went in, we would attach to that account the doctor's account, not detail the doctor's, all the doctor's things like we detail all the hospital stuff on the account, the total of the doctor's account. And together with that, so our statement, which had maybe 20 pages, it was the hospital. The doctor's account, let's say there could have been 5 doctors treating one patient. They were all separate accounts. Each doctor would have his own few pages of account, and we attached his account like that, drawn up by him, so that it went with that piece of paper. And that's how the doctors' accounts went through. So the combined account, and that was agreed by them. They thought it was a wonderful idea because one can understand the practicalities there. They had all the information. So if the doctor sent an account and he said, oh, well, he treated a road accident victim in the hospital, they could prove it. Otherwise, you could have the situation where a doctor could just make out an account to the road accident fund for treatment of a patient that wasn't even in the hospital. And that was the reason. For me, it was
sorry, Mr. Ford,
because it speeded the process up.
Can I ask Mr. Ford, so yeah, you always need to bring the microphone closer to you, because if you don't, then the people watching at home can't hear you. So please, but I don't know where you finished with your answer. I got the gist of it. Yeah. Honorable Skosana, last question.
No, my final question. Would you say the reason that we have closed the hospital is because of the RAF?
The reason we closed the hospital twice was because of the RAF. I would still be working there and treating patients if it wasn't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm mindful of the time and break time. I just have a couple of clarification questions, and I'm just going to put a proposition to you and tell me if it's correct. So if it's incorrect, just correct the parts that are wrong, because I'm trying to get to the point about the collation. So when a patient comes in with all manner of injuries, I am assuming from what you're saying, depending on what needs to be done, somebody, is going to look at what's wrong with their head. Others will look at the lungs. There'll be an anesthetist and all of these kind of things, right? And what you're saying is that each of those people would bill separately because there are different practices in the hospital. So they are, during the course of the treatment of a patient, any number of doctors depending on what's wrong with them. Would that be a correct characterization?
That's correct, Chair.
All right. So what then the Road Accident Fund, you agreed, is that all of those medical practitioners would give their bills to Sunshine Hospital, and together with your own invoice, so all of the invoices would be together, so that the Road Accident Fund can see what the hospital costs were and what the different medical practitioners were, and therefore what the total cost for that patient was. Would that be correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Did the Road Accident Fund do any verification of whether each of the invoices were correctly invoiced? In other words, you didn't have a situation where, one doctor claimed for 5 hours, but all the rest claimed for something else. I'm just saying, was there a way of verifying that each of the invoices were accurate in terms of the service given?
Yes, Chair. That was done. Our understanding it was done, and we know it was done because up until 2018, 2019, they made an offer on all the accounts before. They made an offer, and we had to sign for that. And that was after verification, because they would say, in some cases, they would question why the patient was in ICU, and then deduct the costs relating to that from the account. That's correct. But we had to have the opportunity, which we got, to say, well, we don't admit patients, but we will ask the doctor himself who admitted that patient and put the patient into ICU to in fact give his why the patient was in ICU. I'm not a doctor. So, and that was done. And there were deductions. They made deductions. So they were verified.
All right, no, thank you very much. We'll take one more member and then we go on break. Honorable Nontenja, it's your turn, so we'll give the next 10 minutes to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone. How many court judgments and cost orders in total have been granted against the ref in favor of the hospital?
Chair, I think we did give those numbers a bit earlier. I'll give them again. If you just bear with me, Chair, I'm just trying to find it again.
That's the first one.
Yeah, it's, we just said it was 667. Sorry, Chair. I'll give it to you. As at the 29th of September, which is the latest date we've got here, of 2025, 6,285 summonses were issued. 647 judgments were obtained, and the interest on the judgments to date is 23,788,000, because Road Accident Fund didn't pay judgments, and they didn't pay writs. So those are the numbers as we have them at this point in time. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, sir. What brought about the allegations or the suspicion of collusion between RAF employees and Sunshine Hospital?
I do not know. However, I can only, if I look at the allegations, because the allegations started a long time ago. In fact, on the 22nd of March, on the 9th of March 22, I'm going from memory, I could be a few days out, there was a letter that went out to the media, all media, by the Road Accident Fund, and it said that we were basically stealing patients out of state hospitals. That was the word, stealing patients out of state hospitals. I did ask one of them, well, which window did I go through to pull a guy out with one leg and steal him out of the hospital? But I was angry. It said that we were involved in a corrupt scheme. It refused, in that letter, in the media, it also said that we are not a RAF hospital. Road Accident Fund have nothing to do with us, and any ambulance that transfers, not even transfer, but takes a patient to Sunshine Hospital, even if it was off the street, from the scene, would not get paid. I don't know if that letter is in our bundle. We did apply for an urgent interdict and it was granted.
Were any staff members of the hospital ever disciplined or dismissed in respect of the allegations of collusion or other fraudulent or corrupt activities related to RAF?
Well, we weren't doing the investigation, but we understand from, again, the only investigation that was going on was the RAF one. Nobody, we did not take any discipline because we didn't have any reason. We didn't have any allegation against a staff member, whoever they indicate in their report. They could find, it's the report that you have a copy of, they can find no evidence of any corruption or staff member collusion. They put it all in there and they checked it. And this investigation has been going on since January 2020. It is, we are just at a loss as to see, we now in 2025. But we never, there was never a reason. All the allegations, if I might add, all the allegations that they had alleged in the letter, in the TV interview, they confirmed that they investigated them all, spoke to all the people, spoke to doctors, spoke to everybody, and their final conclusion, which is in the last page of that report, it confirms that they found nothing, and we are now 5 years down the line, and we still don't get paid. You know, if we've got many court cases coming up. So, does that answer your question? Thank you.
In the defamation case, what evidence did RAF present in court to defend the claim of Sunshine Hospital, to defend the claim that Sunshine Hospital was corrupt? What evidence did they bring?
The only evidence that I'm aware of, because it was a very long drawn-out judgment, but was that Mr. Pelela said, when he was asked why he made those statements and where was the evidence, he said that, well, it was just heard, it was passage talk at the RAF. That was his words. He just heard it in the passage.
Okay, was Sunshine Hospital awarded damages in the defamation claim? And if so, how much? And has this been paid?
Sunshine Hospital won the case. The judgment was that the judgment of the judge said in that judgment that Sunshine Hospital was defamed, and that the claims of fraud, corruption, and collusion were false. He didn't say anything other. He used that word in the judgment, and he opened it up to say that a claim for damages could be heard later. I don't know what the legal position is, when we can claim for damages. This case was only heard a month, 2 months ago, the defamation case. We've closed the hospital, you know, twice. Just on that, when the Concourt, when the case went to the Concourt, the first case went to the Concourt, they appealed it all the way to the Constitutional Court, And the Constitutional Court ruled in our favour. And the Road Accident Fund had to pay us on that judgment. And again, we allowed them to pay us in instalments because they didn't have any money. We had not a lot of option there. And I had already closed the hospital down before that case because we were staring down the barrel of a gun. They were never going to process a claim. So, and once we received some money from the Road Accident Fund, we reopened the hospital because I had to get rid of 170 people in the hospital, and they lost their jobs. These are the poorest of the poor. That hospitals employ many people at many levels. They just lost their job. And then the first thing I did was I felt that I needed to reopen that hospital and re-employ the same people that I've just paid. Some of them had been there 25 years and they got the retrenchment pay in terms of the law, all the retrenchment pay, etc. I pulled back as many of those staff as I could. I pulled them back and we opened again. 1 year later, we closed forever. They lost their job a second time.
Final question, Honourable Nontench.
Okay. At the date of the closure of Sunshine Hospital, what was the total amount of money owed to the hospital by REF when you had to close?
I'm not sure I've got the exact figure because it's a moving target. I could get it, but
Yeah, no, you can send to us in writing if you don't have it to hand.
yeah, I think we have submitted some to Scope a few months ago, not as part of this, but has got a very
All right.
big breakdown of all of that.
Okay, maybe during break we can the colleagues can try and locate it. All right. No, thank you very much, honourable members. It is now 10:46. So shall we return at 11 o'clock? Would that be fine? Thank you very much. Thanks, Honourable Nontench. Thanks, Mr. Ford. We'll return at 11.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, and welcome back. Honorable Isaac, your 10 minutes is starting now. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Mr. Ford, Mr. Nell, and fellow colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity. Chairperson, yeah, we've had some quality questions that came across. I want to just cut to the chase and I find out, I made some notes here in that now, Sunshine Hospital continued to accept patients, okay, in spite of the termination and obviously the huge risk because of the non-payments and the huge amounts of invoices that were outstanding. Now, I just want to find out from you so I can just better understand, sir, how did Sunshine Hospital then manage its cash flows and its payments to the doctors and the employees, etc., due to all of these erratic payments? Unless you had also built, or Sunshine Hospital had built a very strong cash flow, could you then only maintain having to carry the expenses based on hope that monies would come in? How were the cash flows then managed? Or did you have no cash flow issues? That's what I wanted to understand. Then there was the issue regarding the various cost orders on the outstanding judgments. Okay, did RAF pay the outstanding fees on those court orders and judgments that were issued by the court that we have so spoken about in detail? Was that covered? Then,
do you want to ask all the questions?
no, I'm happy to take answers.
Yeah,
on
no, that's the
one.
whole idea. So maybe
Okay.
let's give him a chance
All right,
to
so I'll
answer.
just stop with those two,
Yeah.
and then if you'll allow me to just continue with another two or three. So over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. The judgments, Red Action Fund never paid judgments. And we couldn't even exercise the writs. They just went to the sale and bought back the stuff that was on the auction. It got to a point where people wouldn't even go to the auction anymore. They bought the stuff. I'm sorry. I did say I was getting old. Yeah, so we didn't get paid on the judgments. We still haven't. We, in fact, are going to court next month to try and get the courts to force them to pay the judgments. I mean, it's been through the courts. So the RNYP, this case that we've got coming up, we also ask them to force the Road Accident Fund to give us a copy of the RNYP, because we don't know what's on the RNYP, so we don't know whether they've been adjudicating accounts since 2020. We don't know, because they refuse to give it to us. Now, we've asked the court, for that, so we can work it out. So we don't know what they owe, because we say what they owe is once they've adjudicated their accounts. We have already, when we say what they owe, they short paid hundreds of accounts. They short paid, but they never told us what the short payment was for. So that's a major problem, because we don't know whether they short paying a doctor or they short paying the hospital, because there's no explanation. There's no report. What do they call it? the bull review. We used to get bull reviews. We don't get bull reviews, so we don't even know whether they're throwing our accounts down the drain. We don't know anything. They won't give us anything. So we've gone to court now to force them to at least give us the RNYP.
May I continue, Chair? And then there was the other question in the beginning in terms of how did you then manage the cash flows of the hospital in spite of all these erratic payments that were coming or non-forthcoming? And then I'll move on to another two, Chair.
The management of the financial situation in the hospital was tough. It was tough. But when I bought the hospital in 2002, we never spent any profit. And remember, we didn't only have road accident cases. So there were other cases that we had income streams from. And the road accident fund, although they paid inconsistently and erratically for years, up to 2020, they did pay. They paid something. So we built up a reserve. We didn't go out and spend it. We built up a reserve. And then all of a sudden it stopped. And that's what put us in the position of the consideration to close the hospital. Because while there was a cash flow, albeit that it might have been 6 months or 8 months, sometimes 1 month, because they didn't pay in any format. It could, for instance, we could send a claim today. And I did hear on one of the podcasts the days where somebody was saying about link numbers. I mean, that was a disaster. You know, I'm amazed because sometimes the link numbers, they were 6 months in arrears of even giving a link number. Now, you can't even get into the system without a link number. So there were many, many problems administratively at the fund. It was almost like they just put Sunshine Hospital aside, because there were other hospitals doing this, not in a big way. We were the only hospitals, as I understand, when I started. But as people saw that, hang on a second, you know, Sunshine's admitting patients, they started themselves, and there's a few. I think there might be 4 or 5 hospitals that I know about, and they've been mentioned even in these papers, that do take road accidents. But they just try to thwart us in every which way. They even at one time sent out another WhatsApp to all their staff saying that they must immediately stop sending patients to Sunshine Hospital. They can't stop patients coming to my hospital anyway. However, and they said that all those patients must go to Louis Pasteur Hospital in Pretoria. And they gave the manager's number, etc., and say from tomorrow, all patients now go to Louis Pasteur Hospital. I questioned it. When I heard about it, I thought, what's going on? And I had a meeting with them the next day. I said, what's going on? I was then told that they were, that it was a mistake. It was misunderstood. And then they sent another WhatsApp to all their staff members to say they could carry on sending to Sunshine Hospital. These are the things that were happening all the time.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. I'm just a little anxious that the chairperson will cut me off at 9.5 minutes because I'm not his favorite.
I'm sorry, and I'm not talking into the mic.
I'm going to move on. Mr. Ford, look, I've heard what the other colleagues have asked, and I've listened to your response, and I've followed what the chairperson has led with earlier. And I'm just trying to understand and wrap my mind around the issues. It's a heartbreak story, you know, having to listen to all of this. So considering that Sunshine Hospital obtained all of these judgments, okay? These judgments are obviously worth millions of rands. Now, you've obtained writs and execution orders, okay? Did Sunshine Hospital then attach any assets of the Road Accident Fund based on all of these writs and executions? I mean, how do you explain this? And if did this not happen, then I must ask, why not? Okay, then I'll go to my last one.
Sorry.
Yes, yeah. Why haven't you attached the road accident funds? Did you obtain any writs, and if so, why didn't you attach any of their property?
Chair, we attached property. We continues, and we had lots of writs. They weren't worth the paper they were written on, because there was even a problem when the sheriff went and to attach that they wouldn't allow him in. And they even went to the point where our attorney instructed them, then they work for the court, and they should get the SAP to go there and help them to attach. And the SAP went there and they didn't help them either. They didn't do anything. We had writs. We attached furniture. By the time, I think the one was where there were many people attaching. So the one, from my recollection, there was 200 million, not of our money, but collectively of all the other people that were attaching, 200 million. The sale ended up grossing 56,000. It got to a point where, and this is what I know. It is, there's a certain amount of hearsay here, but it could be verified. Where when they attached furniture, they didn't have to remove it. They just took it down to the car park because they knew it was going to go straight back into the office after the sale.
Thank you for that.
Final question. You're not my favorite. He says I'm not his favorite. He's not my favorite.
On a lighter note, Chairperson, yeah, thank you for that comprehensive reply. In fact, it saddens me because it reminds me of, the case right now with Izulwini and some other party, but let's not go there. It sounds very similar. It's fresh in my mind. Chairperson, I'd need to understand through you, sir, and Mr. Ford. So, what do you believe motivated now? I'm going to say this slowly. What do you believe motivated the allegations? I repeat, the allegations and suspicions of collusion between RAF employees and Sunshine Hospital. Let me put it straight out there, sir. Were RAF employees incentivized via Sunshine Hospital? If you've got anything to say to that, and I want to squeeze in lastly, then I'm going to be cut off. What has also become, since the hospital is closed, what has become of the patients that were there? And do you have an idea where have they gone to? That's it, Chair. I come in peace.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'm so happy you asked those questions, because now at least I can try and keep my voice down and let it be heard. First of all, what happened to the staff issue, where there's collusion or staff, did they get paid something? Well, I never met any of them, other than a couple of them where they were still, I was still signing offers, where I would have to go into the road accident fund because they didn't have a typewriter or a typist to type the offers anymore because there were too many. So they made me go in, and the offer was made. The offer was a good system. There's no argument about an offer if you accept it. The offer was made on a template of a photocopy, and it was, as I understand it, executive summary after the account had been audited or verified, and then it would say what the account was. It would then say what they're deducting, and then I sat in the chair. I must tell you that, I had to go and pick up the boxes from the other side of the office and bring them up to another place I could sit in and sit with these boxes of files. But that was how it worked. They investigated staff because the narrative was always there. And it's like everybody is a villain. But they investigated. They had the freedom to go. And even their own staff, I can't investigate their staff, but they had the freedom to do it, and they did. So I can tell you that I didn't pay anybody. If I did, I'd be on the road all day with a sack of money on the back of my... It was a practical, a total practical problem. Even if I wanted to, how would I do it? It is the same where there was allegations that maybe I got doctors in those hospitals and spoke to them and bribed them. Because, I mean, if there was going to be a bribe, surely it would have gone to the doctor who was generating the transfer and saying, sorry, let's transfer it to Sunshine Hospital. But can you imagine, we got patients transferred from 130 private hospitals. Imagine how many doctors that would have been, because most of them work sessional work, and there was never, you could have 10 different doctors working in the same hospital in 1 week. Just the practicality of it. So I'm not trying to put up a defense. I'm just telling you what it is. Sorry?
Patients, what became of the patients?
That is what...
What became of the patients?
That caused me a major problem personally, because we admitted thousands of patients, and they were the poorest of the poor. And I'll tell you why I'm saying that. Because how many of them were children involved in hit-and-run accidents in the rural areas? How could we turn away that? How could we do it? I mean, an example of one, I phoned the Road Accident Fund. I was, in fact, on my way on holiday, and I got a call to say that there's a hospital and they've got a child there and been involved in an accident, and they're busy bagging the child. Now, I don't know if anybody understands what bagging the child means. If the child can't breathe, or anybody can't breathe, you go on a ventilator and it breathes for you. But they didn't have a ventilator. So they had what is called a bag. It's a common term in medical. And that they inflate the bag like a balloon. And they do it for hours. How long can you do that? And I phoned to say, because there was the rule of if the patient is over 7 years or 6 years, was it at fault? It was a pedestrian, and it was difficult. Nobody would give me an answer, and they couldn't do it. I said, "Look, just send the patient," and we did that not once. We saw many patients. We did a job. We were there as a hospital, and it wasn't only road accident patients. We were there to treat people. Fortunately or unfortunately, I owned the hospital. I was sitting in the office. I was there. I had to make the decisions when somebody brought their baby in. I couldn't blame the CEO of the group of companies sitting in a glass office in Sandton. I'm not suggesting that there's anything wrong with that, but I was the decision maker. How could I go and look at that patient? How can I go and do that? I mean, I know it's a sob story, but it is a sob story. And then where did the patients go? I've asked that question so many times. When we closed, we continued to get urgent messages from hospitals. Please take these patients. Please. We said we were on divert. We didn't know what to say. You know? I was always secretly hoping I'd open the hospital again. We tried to sell it, and then we closed it and then tried to sell it and hoped that the people coming in would then do it. But nobody would touch it because of the narrative around the hospital, with all of the media being told by the Road Accident Fund just what criminals we were. So the hospital is standing there. There's a major shortage of hospitals. I was thinking of actually giving it away if I thought that was somebody could do something for patients, any patients in South Africa. It's a 200-bed equipped hospital. It's standing there.
Thank you.
Road Accident Fund should buy it, manage it, and then just think how much money they'll save. Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm being emotional. I apologize.
No, it's okay. No, thank you very much, Mr. Ford and Honorable Isaac. Honorable Atkinson, over to you.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Ford for coming to speak to us today. I'm truly sorry about what's happened to your hospital, and I must say the thing that's been quite shocking about sitting through this inquiry has been the amount of pain and emotional distress and physical danger, in a sense that the leadership of the Road Accident Fund has put a lot of people in. And we've been hearing it at all levels. I mean, there was a program on the Devi show about a week ago where she was going through what's happened to a number of the claimants who actually are just not getting the money from Road Accident Fund. So it's the actual claimants or the people that haven't received money. We had staff members or former staff members coming here yesterday telling us terrible stories of how they're being treated, and some of whom have actually literally died from the stress. And then we hear from you today about basically the mistreatment of their relationship with you, of their legal delinquency in essence, because if you have court orders against you that you are not following through, then you are a basically a legal delinquent, which is what the Road Accident Fund is. And then to cause the loss of jobs for all those staff members of yours, and the effect that it's had on your patients. I mean, it really does beg a belief. For an organisation that was meant to be there for the good of South Africans seems to have turned into something quite evil, actually almost 180 degrees difference, where it's caused an immense amount of pain. And sadly, most of that pain sits amongst the poorest of the poor, because wealthier people have got medical aids and can afford private hospitals. So, sorry, I'm making a statement. I'm not expecting you to respond to that, but just what we've seen and what we've heard from you, I must just say, rather like the president always says, I'm shocked. So it really is quite appalling. But just kicking off with the questions, I wanted to ask you a little bit about, you mentioned the fact that people came in to do an investigation, or the Road Accident Fund came in to do an investigation, and then some months later a report came out. What did that report actually say? I mean, did they find anything against you after the investigation?
Can I answer that now?
Yeah.
Well, the report is in there, and it says exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Every part of that report says they cannot find anything, and they gave us they asked us for. They gave us a whole lot of link numbers chosen by them, random link numbers, and then they fully investigated that according to the report in every respect. You know, from overcharging, overstay or long stay, and was there collusion? They investigated all of them, individually reported on in that report. I wish we would have got that report a bit sooner. But I can't, there's nothing there. Where do we go with it? It still doesn't get us paid. They're not paying writs. They're not paying judgments. So we're just going to, we will just keep going to court. And that's creating wasteful expenditure. They didn't defend anything with some of those, they just didn't even defend it.
You're obviously a private hospital, and you dealt in many respects with the Road Accident Fund. What, just looking now at the other people that were admitted to the hospital, so it's non-Road Accident Fund people. What was kind of the profile of your patients, apart from the Road Accident Fund?
Well, first of all, we had psychiatric, we had maternity, ICU, high care, surgical, medical. So we handled everything. Mm. We were a general hospital.
Yeah.
In other words, we'd handle any patient that walked in the door.
So what?
Sorry. Mainly, that thank goodness, they were medical aid patients, and the medical aid pay in 14 days. So that made a big difference to cash flow.
Just as a matter of interest, what did you ever work out what percentage of your patients were Road Accident Fund patients, and what were your direct patients that came directly to the hospital?
Direct patients, as in non-Road Accident Fund. Yeah, they weren't victims of accidents. It varied. It varied quite a lot, but it towards the busiest part, especially when Road Accident decided to go direct claims, they were sending them to us. We were they were overloading the basket. We never ever took a patient we weren't able to treat. In other words, we wouldn't allow them to transfer a patient. We had to first inquire what's wrong with the patient, and so we could find out what are the specialities required, because we would not take a patient that we could not treat the minute that patient came in the door, 2 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning, or Sunday or Christmas Day. So there was, but the Road Accident Fund business came, I'm guessing, because it could have been up or down. Christmas, Easter changed a lot, but it was around, I would say, 50%. Could have been a bit more, a bit less.
I mean, obviously all different profiles of people that get involved in road accidents, and I should think quite a lot of them would have been on medical aid. I mean, you would have the poorest of the poor, but there would be people on medical aid. Were you able to claim directly from the medical aids for those, or could you only deal through the Road Accident Fund with that?
We never took many patients that were on a medical aid, because patients on medical aids have got far, far better choices. They can go to their nearest guy, they can take gap cover and get, Bill Gates to come and do the operation. And I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with that, but we were in the area which was not highly populated as far as massive amounts of medical aid patients, but they came through. The hospital was built for that. It was actually, I didn't build it, but that hospital was built to attend to that community.
Just as a matter of interest, you mentioned the fact that there was that WhatsApp that went out directing people to the Louis Pasteur Hospital. Was the Louis Pasteur Hospital, was that a state hospital or a private hospital? Do you know? It
was a private hospital. I'd like to read you something, if I may.
Thank you.
Without taking too much time, Chair. It's that and it surprised us, and it made me start wondering about, let's not use the word. This is This is a WhatsApp. Where's the one about from the actual page from the accounts where they say about partnership? Do we have it? This was just the email I referred to earlier. It was a WhatsApp that said that they cannot. Nobody can. Patients will no longer be transferred to Sunshine Hospital. All critical patients should be transferred to Louis Pasteur Hospital in Pretoria and should be discussed first with Mr. Brian Ledwaba, and gave his phone number. I do not know who Mr. Brian Ledwaba is. He may well have been the... this hospital is under rescue. Business rescue has been for years. That doesn't say they can't try, but that's what it is. Non-critical patients should be discussed first with Tina. Tina was apparently the Limpopo RAF manager, gave her phone number, will come to assess before transfer. Non-critical patients, it's of note that all further inquiries be directed to Tina. Thanks for your cooperation. So effectively that was the instruction sent out to doctors at hospitals, and all those staff that were placed in hospitals, Road Accident Fund staff that were placed in hospitals. And I'm hoping that before 1 o'clock I might get 5 minutes on that. But this Louis Pasteur Hospital, in their published accounts, we noticed that they mentioned that that they were now in partnership with the Road Accident Fund, and that their financial status was going to escalate sharply. In their published financial accounts. What took me by surprise, what about us? Why, yeah, why are they moving from us?
So final question.
Okay, if I could just ask you, you mentioned the fact that payments had been affected to you, but quite erratically, between about 2003 and 2020, am I right?
Yes, yes. 2020, April was the last time we got a payment free will from the Road Accident Fund.
Yeah.
Everything else came through the courts.
So that, and can you basically link that to the change in leadership of the Road Accident Fund at that time? As Mr. Collins Etswalo took over in 2020.
Yeah, it's my opinion. It's absolutely that.
Yeah.
It's my opinion.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Atkinson. Honourable Maduna.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm short, man. Thanks, Chair. I think also I'm not going to be long.
I thought you were going to say you're also not my favorite. I'm getting worried here now. Getting very concerned.
I'm also not going to be long, Chair. Chair, I think my first question would be that, Mr. Ford. I want to check, what was the role of the staff of RAF that was placed in your hospital?
The ones that were sent to our hospital on the agreement.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. First of all, took a long time to see the first one, but their role was they were there to case manage the Road Accident Fund's interest in the patient. They were trained nurses, and that's what they did. And of course, they were there to assist with the compilation of documentation. But the problem with that was that they didn't come in very often. They had the freedom. We didn't control them in any way. We supplied them with offices, which they went and sat in if they wanted to. We had to supply them with a telephone. We had to supply them even access to our system, which they never asked for, and that was it. So they worked for the Road Accident Fund. What they were supposed to do when they got to the hospital, whatever, you know, their bosses told them. We never had any real integration with them outside of that.
Okay, no, thanks. I think that helps. After the cooperation would have been discontinued, did they leave?
COVID certainly had a big part to play, because during COVID, obviously, you know, Road Accident Fund quietened down quite a bit. A lot of the people were working from home. There weren't a lot of people. There weren't a lot of accidents in the streets because of the lockdown. So our numbers dropped significantly over the COVID years, the 2 years, and but then I'm guessing now, I think about 2020, 21, they stopped coming. But the people that were placed in hospitals, public hospitals, to generate claims, they continued to come. Because what they would do was, we were asked whether they could do this. We didn't have a problem. Well, why would we have a problem? But they placed, as I understand it, their people in public hospitals. And the purpose of that was, when the patient came in, when the ambulance brought the patient in, they would be able to sign that patient up before he got to a lawyer. And then the undertaking was immediately written. It's sometimes difficult to understand, because there's a patient that comes in critically or non-critically injured, and within a day there's an undertaking signed with a merit. So I'm not sure how qualified the people were that were able to put merits in that sort of time. And if
sorry, Mr. Ford, so if you can just be patient with me, I've stopped the clock, Honourable Matun. I just never quite got the answer to whether the Road Accident Fund withdrew the people that it placed at Sunshine. So when they cancelled the agreement, did they also withdraw the people that had been placed at Sunshine?
It's possible that they did, but what happened was we didn't see them coming anymore. And that was at the beginning of COVID. So I'm not quite sure what happened. I understand that there were, and this is hearsay to the point that 17 people were suspended from the Road Accident Fund because they sent patients to Sunshine Hospital. I can't. That's hearsay, but I know of a couple, because I was asked to please help one of them with their CCMA case, and everybody was surprised when I said absolutely, because they were losing their job because they knew Sunshine Hospital. I said, I'm absolutely happy to do that. I know it surprised everybody, but why should more people suffer because of this? So and I know that person was suspended. I don't know what's happened since then, whether people have lost their job, but I know a lot of people have disappeared from the Road Accident Fund.
Right, no, thank you.
But they did stop. Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Ford, given I think every thing that you are providing me with, nonetheless, you guys continued taking patients that from RAF. Were there any risks that you would have identified that were associated with this after the discontinuation of the cooperation?
So, if I understand the question, did I not get a fright and think, well, gee, better stop? I would have carried on if I didn't have a service level agreement, because ultimately we got very little out of that service agreement. There was no promise to pay. There was nothing in it that even suggested we could get paid quicker or whatever. It would assist the system of documentation and the ability for them to put people inside our hospital. That was so I didn't concern myself with that. The risk of paying, remember, in 2020 they stopped. Now, when they stopped paying, often the road accident fund stopped paying for a month or 2 months. There were times where they didn't pay for 3 months, and it was there was no reason, no excuse. It was just that people were on leave or whatever. We didn't get paid. But we eventually then they started to catch up a bit. There was a time where Road Accident Fund, they started some new thing about payment where they would physically pay across every 3 days. The debts that they're paying may have been old, but they started to try and, I suppose, they were just piling up. So we went through those. In 2020, when it was stopped, we didn't immediately think, oh, we're going to close down, because we had a court case. We got into court, and that court case worked, and we were awarded the amount that was being claimed on the RNYP, and we got paid. So that gave us a lump sum of money, well, a lump sum over 6 installments, and that's how it worked. I never ever thought that I was going to close down like I did.
Okay. No, I want to check. Since 11 July, since 2018 when the cooperation was discontinued, I want to check if you might have. If you don't, it's fine. We can get that information later on. How many patients did you have that were from that were rough cases, and how many of those were roughly a percentage were from provincial hospital referrals or were transferred from government hospitals?
If I understand the question, is it how many patients we had at the time of the cancellation? How many did we have in the hospital at the time?
No, I'm asking how many have you taken since the hospital until your closure? Yes, and how many were transferred from provincial hospitals or government hospitals out of the total number in terms of percentage? But if you don't have that, you can always
I can
always
get
furnish.
that as fairly accurate. I can get that information.
No, thanks. I think my last question, Chair, in my 10 minutes as it subsides, because I believe that would be something that you would need to go and look for. My last question, Chair, I must first say that, being in RAF have really surprised me. One, there are things that I did not think that were possible, but clearly some are happening, given that we have PFMA, MFMA, and so on and so on. And there are sort of contracts I think the state entities go into without a clear understanding in terms of what they seek to achieve out of them. But I think that will be the discussion for later, as in when we about to when we finish. No, I think my last question, I wanted to check here, Mr. Forbes. According to your knowledge, did RAF first process claims? The question will be just in two folds, but it will be a very short question. First process, pay your claims for assisting their patients, or they paid claimants their lump sum before paying you? That's one. And how did you determine that the people that you are taking will be qualified to get RAF, given that there are cases whereby a claim is rejected?
Sorry, I'm sorry to ask you to repeat the question. I'm trying to follow every word. And
Okay, I'm saying one, I want to understand that when you were treating these RAF, whether they are from other hospital, whether they are government hospital, one, how did you determine that this RAF, this case, will meet the requirements of RAF and will actually be an approved claim by RAF? That's one.
No, just let's stop there because there's a danger that will be. So let's hear an answer and then you ask the second one. Yeah, I don't want us to repeat again. Yeah.
Okay.
First of all, the biggest reason that we were able to do RAF was because there was an act, and in the act it was very specific. So I never ever thought the Road Accident Fund wouldn't pay me. I mean, I didn't know at the time, in the beginning, what the cash flow problems were like. And it was erratic. So, but we got a cash flow. And then, but I didn't ever think that there's any reason not to pay. We conformed with what they wanted. They assisted us with the documentation. They vetted the claim. They had their bill reviewers or whoever who would check the claim from a medical point of view, whichever way. So I never, I didn't think of why they wouldn't pay me. I had every expectation that the Road Accident Fund should pay, just like the medical aid. You know, the guy was on a medical aid, submitted the claim and it got paid.
No, thanks. I think maybe I'm at chair. I know my 10 minutes is last. I think let us just repeat it for the last time. I'm saying, for instance, let us say Ntando Matuna was driving his car. He was drunk, pub drunk. He made an accident and he gets, I bump into a car and I get seriously injured. I'm admitted to a private hospital. I would understand this would be the process, and they figure out that I need some specialists or what. I believe that it then would be them who say, no, Sunrise Hospital would have this specialist, and then they take me, they transfer me to you. Is that correct? Now, after they've transferred it to you, I would assume that most probably after RAF figures out that I was drunk, they are going to reject my claim. I'm saying now, RAF would still be liable to pay you according to what you are saying for having given me the services.
Thank you. I understand now exactly where you're going, what you're asking. First of all, we were very concerned to make sure that the driver, if it was a driver, we didn't just take a patient. We would make some inquiries in a very short time. First of all, the ambulances would give us some idea of whether that guy was driving, and whether he was drunk or not, it doesn't matter. If he was driving, if he was drunk, he caused the accident, and if he was driving and he caused the accident, the RAF would not pay, and I knew that. But we did have those checks and balances to the point that we could manage it to a point. There was, of course, risk, but if you look at that risk in terms of claims that were denied because the patient was the driver, the negligent driver who hasn't got a claim. If I had to put that in all the patients, the thousands, if we had common not 1%, it would be a lot. We did have the checks and balances. So it practically could happen, but very seldom. There was I think one I do remember where they told us, well, they're not paying the claim because we must wait for the we needed to wait for the personal claim to be heard. because they said that the party had a big merit adjustment. So we said, well, we'll wait. We're still waiting. That was 15 years ago. Okay, so sorry if I understood your question.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I'm fine.
Was there not part 2 to your question?
I actually think it's also answered.
It's answered. Okay.
Yes.
No, thank you very much. All right. Thank you. Can I ask Mr. Ford that just to make things easier for all of us, just you keep your answers as short as possible, so that we can give all the members an opportunity before our time runs out. Honorable Matiwane.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to members of the committee and to Mr. Ford and his legal representative and our admin staff. And Mr. Ford, can you just briefly tell us, before you were engaged or before your acquisition of the hospital, did you have any relations with the Road Accident Fund, or what business were you involved in?
Over the years, I've been an entrepreneur. I've been involved in probably in the medical side of assisting to put hospitals together, not as the owner, but just as a consultant. I was a consultant to all the banks when there were issues with hospitals, to go and see whether we could get them right. And that's what I've done. And that's basically my history. I bought hospital. I've got to keep my answers short. Does it? What else can I tell you?
Can you give me a specific business? In your interactions as a consultant, did you ever encounter the Road Accident Fund?
Never. Not. I mean, I knew the Road Accident Fund existed, but my first interaction in any shape or form with the Road Accident Fund was when they came to see me. I came from Natal originally, and I didn't encounter anything to do with the Road Accident Fund.
Okay, no, that's fine. Can you just give us briefly a summary of your business model? When you were doing your due diligence, when you're starting the business, did you envisage that you would be taking on rough business? And also maybe give us details on the different role players within your business, that is the service providers, the doctors, the ambulance services, if you had any interaction with spotters, maybe tow truck companies or law enforcement who would inform you of accidents or give you people into or refer people into your hospital?
Firstly, we didn't have to look for patients. We definitely didn't get involved with tow trucks or whatever. The spotters, we had people that tried to get that from a point of view after the fact. You know, there were people that wanted to find out who's been admitted as a road accident victim for whatever reason. I can't speculate on why, but we never. And if we found anybody, for instance, if somebody came in to the hospital and wanted to see a patient, a road accident victim, we made sure, well, to the best of our ability, we had to know that the patient knew who that patient was, that person was, because there were, you know, people that maybe could have benefited out of signing up a patient. So that was it. But we definitely didn't have any interaction with tow truck drivers or whatever. The ambulance services, they were very happy because there was somewhere to go. There was at one time, am I still on time? Chair. But the one time there was an article published in one of the newspapers, and the front page of that article was a picture, a colour picture of half of the whole newspaper page in the Far East Rand Hospital, public hospital, and the entire floor of the casualty were patients that were sleeping on that concrete floor because they just could wait there for days. So that was the state of the challenges that the state were, and that's why we got so many patients. I can't say any other way. We didn't have to market it. There was no point. We would have had taxis from Cape Town to Joburg, or Joburg to Cape Town. That's my opinion. People were so happy to say, gee, they couldn't believe it. You're going to go to a private hospital. Does that sort of answer?
Partially. You say that there were no upfront.
So my suggestion, and I've stopped the clock, my suggestion is for us to get through, don't stack your questions, because I've noticed that when you ask 2 questions, we get a long answer and the second part of your question is missed, or the first part of your question is missed. And I heard you to be saying earlier, what was your business model? I think it would help us if the witness then answers that question. And then we come to, did you do any touting? I think we'll get through the matters quickly. I mean, it's up to you, to you members, but from my observation, if we do that, we'll get more succinct answers, and all your questions are answered.
No, thank you for the assistance, Chair. No, I think that answer is, well, if you can just give us your business model and your due diligence when your decision you took when buying the hospital, or how did you envisage that you would be making money, because it's a for-profit hospital. You are not doing out of public good. You wanted to make profits. So can you give us the rationale of your business model?
First of all, the easy question to answer was, did we tout? Straightforward answer, no. That's that one out of the way from my point. My business model in buying the hospital is that I had been a consultant for Rand Merchant Bank and Investec Bank as a consultant in terms of the problems that they faced in the hospital. When they opened it, they opened that hospital, not me. It had been going already since 1995. And I made them an offer. And at the time I made the offer, which was about a year before I actually bought it, I made them an offer, and they accepted it. There were patients. There was the prison. That hospital had a contract with the prisons department, and so one entire ward of about 40 people were prisoners, very specific, and that was a contract with the prison department, and there was it was quite. It was getting going. It had patients and staff, etc. And I then moved from Pietermaritzburg. I'm sorry, this is a bit longer. Otherwise, I can't answer it, Chair, because it's getting to the crux of a business model. I moved from Pietermaritzburg and moved my house up here because I was going to buy. They agreed to buy the hospital. Investec Bank owned the hospital at the time. The other crowd, Jackie Chevel from Netcare, who was the founder of Netcare, he walked out of the hospital. He started it, and then Investec Bank had financed some guys around the building. And I agreed to come up. They agreed to sell the hospital. At the last minute, they said, first of all, can you come in and manage this 1 or 2 days a week, because I was busy with N17 on contract to the banks because there were problems there. And I did that. And so I was ready to come. I bought a house here. And when I came up, they asked me, well, please, will you run the hospital? Just run it on a 2-day basis until we get everything sorted out with the sale. And I said, yes. About 6 months later, I was visited by the bank to say they changed their mind. And I can't tell you why they changed their mind because it's hearsay. If you want me to tell it to you as hearsay, I will tell it to you, but that's up to you. But they said they changed their mind on it, and they donated the hospital to an organisation. And I said, well, I've now moved, and I told you that if you didn't sell me the hospital after moving, I leave. On that day, I walked out of my office, took my pen, pencil, and everything, and that was the end of me in Actonville. And they left it. They tried to manage it with this new who they donated it. It clearly was a bad move. Whoever the people were, they knew a bank owned it, and I'll leave it there. But I said to them that this hospital will not be surviving for 6 months because I knew what was happening there. 6 months later, I was about to go on holiday, and I got a visit from the 2 directors from Investec Bank.
So, sorry, Mr. Ford, can I, because this is an important question Honorable Matiwane has asked, and my worry is that they are all timed, so they get 10 minutes each. And at this rate, Mr. Matiwane will not be able to ask a follow-up question, and I want him to. So I've stopped the clock. I'm going to try and just assist us through aspects of the question, and I hope I do justice to the process. So you've said there were problems with the hospital. Were they of such a nature that it was not profitable?
Yes, Mr. Cheval, who was the engineer of everything and the main shareholder, etc., he left the hospital, and he had all the staff and everything, and he left to go and open Netcare. And that was the demise of the hospital.
Okay, and the hospital had been financed by several banks, Investec being one of them.
Investec was the only one that financed them.
Okay, so when you say Investec owned, you mean that they were the creditor on the
Yes.
at the hospital, and because the hospital was in trouble, they then asked you as a consultant to assist in turning it around, or was that the case? I'm just trying to understand where your role came in.
They asked me to look after it because the person that the manager, the owner of the hospital, who knew the hospital industry, was the only guy there that could have done it, and he walked off, and there was nobody left to basically manage that hospital. It wasn't that it wasn't profitable.
Oh, I see. Okay, no, I understand. So he decided to pursue other business interests. Okay. So over time, I mean, let's skip the developments in terms of who spoke to him. You came to the conclusion that instead of being a consultant, you could actually purchase the hospital. I think there was a partner or somebody else, because you said you were a co-owner. So you and the partner decided to purchase the hospital. So what Honorable Matiwane is asking is, why did you believe that basically you could take on the risk? Because I'm assuming that you then had to find the capital and to finance that purchase, right? So what did you see in the hospital as a business that said to you this was a risk that you could take?
I've been a businessman all my life, and I prior to building that hospital, I was in Africa as a consultant and saw the pitiful situation in Africa of people that can't afford healthcare and hospitals. But I just believed that I could have done that, and I got the hospital at the right price. And it was a price where I'd first offered a large amount of money for it. They then changed their mind because they thought it would be donated to whoever, and it would look better on their balance sheet. And that was it. And I went in there, and I never ever thought that I would actually buy that hospital. And that's the honest. I walked out of there, and I couldn't believe I'd just bought a hospital.
Okay.
But I had moved my home, my everything.
No, I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm trying to assist us because Parliament operates like a school. So at 1 o'clock they ring the bell and we must go, and then at 2 o'clock all of us must be somewhere else. If we are not there, then it's a problem. So that is now why I'm just trying to assist, and I'm asking that to keep our answers short. So basically what you are telling Honorable Matiwan in the committee is that the hospital had been profitable. It's just that the initial owner of the hospital decided to go and start another business, which was Netcare, and therefore you came in and you thought that you could make it work because the profit was there at the time, right? That's your answer. Okay. Does that assist Honorable Matiwan? Or do you want more specifics in terms of what the revenue lines were at the hospital?
In the interest of time, Chair, maybe if they can provide those in writing, that would assist us.
Okay, so if you can just, because I think, so the way I understood the question is basically, and this is from reading your affidavit, okay? It appears to me that the proposition of the hospital, and tell me if this is wrong, we can find a paragraph, is that it filled the missing middle gap. So someone wants to go to a private hospital, they don't have medical aid, they cannot afford the rates of the private hospital groups, and the pricing model is such that they can come to this hospital and pay and be able to get good quality medical care. Am I reading your affidavit correctly? That really was Honorable Matiwane's question. We've taken a long time to get there, and hence you see my anxiety here on the from the chair. Okay, so anyway, Honorable, I'll move the clock again. I'll allocate you a few minutes more because I was worried about your time. All right, thank you. Over to you.
Okay. On page 6 of your affidavit, paragraph 22, you state that even though the payments were staggered and the full amounts due were never paid, steady payments were received monthly. Now, there is a huge risk when you are running a business for profit. And since 2003, you state that you have never received your payments in full. Would you say that the RAF contract was a lucrative contract?
Firstly, there was never a RAF contract. There was never a RAF contract. We took WCA patients as well. There were WCA patients. There was WCA would pay on their tariff, etc. They did it. So there was never a RAF contract. So it didn't. I didn't even know I was ever going to get RAF patients in when I bought the hospital. That's the thing. Did I have a business model around RAF? No. I don't have one now either.
Or perhaps let me rephrase it. Would you say that the RAF business was lucrative?
I didn't. At what point would I have thought the RAF business was lucrative? Because the RAF businesses wasn't a major thing to start with. When it started to, the transfer of patients and that those numbers increased, it did increase, but we were getting cash flows. And it's those cash flows, which the way we manage the money, I don't know what else to tell you. I didn't one day wake up and say, I'm going to be driving a Lamborghini tomorrow because I've got RAF patients. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
However, the facts before us show that your hospital depended on RAF business for its survival. And the minute that RAF cut off your access to funds or access to RAF business, that's when you went under.
It didn't happen that way. We didn't just wake up one morning and go under because RAF stopped. We did everything in our power to continue the hospital on whatever patients were out there. We did, absolutely. If you lose somebody like RAF, we didn't have a contract, so we could always lose them. But it would make a dent in your cash flow, which it did. But it took time, and every time we got to a point, we got a bit more money, and then we went on for another point to the time where we then lost total faith in RAF even paying us. And that time is now. And then we closed. And the minute they paid us, we opened up again. If we were that frightened of RAF that we would never get paid, why did we open?
Okay.
Why would we open?
Final question. I'm sorry.
Okay, final question pertaining to the investigation. It's two parts. You say a letter was sent twice informing you of the investigation. How was that letter sent to you?
Initially, it wasn't sent to her. We learned of the letter through meetings with Board of Healthcare funders that had with Letswalo in one of them. And I've got a copy of the letter here because I asked for it. They said they'd sent it. We can prove that this audit trail, their audit trail, shows it was never sent to us. They just kept lying to us. And then I lost it and said, I want to see these investigations. And that's when and I said, I insist on seeing this letter because I needed to have a meeting with them, which they agreed to in 2 days. I couldn't have a meeting with them if I didn't know what the content of the letter was. So I said, give me the letter. We got this a long time afterwards. They never sent it. You can see it here. They never sent it.
Okay, so you are saying that when they're saying they sent the letter twice, it never
Yes.
happened. Okay,
Yeah.
in the investigation report, which
Yes.
is attached as Annexure
Yes,
L,
L.
you are listed as someone who was interviewed in the investigation report Annexure L. However, in your presentation, you said that no one from Sunshine was ever interviewed, to your knowledge.
I think I did say that there was one or two. I'm not sure. You can check the record.
No. So let me say my recollection of it. The investigators came and spoke to, and I've stopped the clock. So we're over the time anyway. So my recollection of his testimony was that the investigator came to see him, right? So I assumed at the time that they spoke to him. They then asked. Basically, he then said that they can speak to anyone at the hospital and access any documents. They didn't tell him who they spoke to, but he subsequently found out in the report that they had spoken to 2 hospital employees. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's my reading of the affidavit from his testimony. Sorry, from his testimony, that's what I heard. I mean, we can check the record later. So I just want to be sure that we're on the same page. I think the point was, he said he was not aware that they had spoken to other people other than him until he saw that in the report they did speak to 2 people. That's my recollection of what was said earlier.
In the report, I'm just paging through now. In the report, there are 2 people.
Yes.
It's him and another individual. So those 2 people that were interviewed, were you part of those 2 people?
I was one.
You were one of those. It was not hearsay.
And the other one's it wasn't hearsay. And the other one is in the report. as was Paul Germishuizen. Because when they left my office, I didn't hear until long after that. When I met with them, I was retired already. And I knew then that they had spoken to one other. They never told me who they spoke to.
One more question, because I suspect there's a follow-up to this question, and then we'll have to move. I'm really worried about time. It's a heavy going today.
No, Chair. I think I'll leave to the
You'll
other
leave it,
members
okay.
to finish, because I think we're Konzim. That's all I
All
can
right.
say.
No, thank you. So if really, once again, I cannot, let's not stack the questions. I mean, you in the second half, you tried. So straight question, please, Mr. Ford. I know that some of these must be difficult to recollect. Just try and answer the question, and don't try and work out where the member is going with the question. Just answer the question, and then when there's a follow-up, you deal with the follow-up at that time. That's just going to get us through the questions a lot quicker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And I will ask close-ended questions. So just yes or no and straight answers. I want to first check if you said before purchasing the hospital, you had worked with the public sector. I want to understand if you were familiar with your PFMA and the regulations around the public sector. Had you worked with the public sector before? You can say yes or no. Yeah.
I didn't work with the public sector before.
Okay. So you in your affidavit, you are saying that the People's Outreach Program, so people from there, it's managers who approached you regarding the RAF matter.
That's correct.
And would you, in your own view, have felt that is the right level to engage you? I understand that is middle management, managers, not the CEO, not the people at an executive level who would have approached you around that engagement. Would you have considered, and also there was no, you said there was no formal agreement, no service level agreement. Did you, in your own interpretation, think there was the appropriate level to engage you for that kind of a relationship and not also present a service level agreement?
What I knew at that point was that road accident fund victims could come to my hospital with whether outreach program via outreach program or not, because any patient could have walked in there, and they did, with a letter, which is the undertaking that came from the court, which when the personal claim was finalised, and then the patient could walk in with that letter. What we did was just make sure that the merits, because it could have been that there was a 60% merit against them, in which case it wouldn't have worked. Okay.
So that will be the same with the transferred employees from public hospital. They will come with a letter. Now, in a different stage, there were those ones that were transferred. They would also come with a letter.
Every single transfer that came to Sunshine Hospital from a state hospital that had a transfer letter on the official documentation of the hospital signed by the relevant doctor or superintendent, yes.
On the transfers, were the transfers from public hospital to private hospital done in consultation with RAF? Was RAF ever involved in that process?
Not in the beginning at all. RAF got involved when they had this pilot project or whatever they called it. I mean, I'm talking with hindsight now. They got involved when they wanted to have direct claims. But outside of that, we had every right to take, if I agreed to take a patient with a transfer, it wasn't whether I had to get road accident funds approval.
So, Honourable, this is very important. Can I ask Mr. Ford, Did hospitals ever transfer to, I'll stop the clock. Did hospitals ever transfer to Sunshine Hospital people who were not involved in accidents?
I can't say never, because there was at one time a big strike on, and the hospital's nurses and the strike had taken patients out of theatre, and we were asked by a public hospital whether they could operate, their surgeons could come and operate in our hospital. We didn't charge them or anything because there was nowhere to go. We facilitated that, but that had nothing to do with charges. It was just that it was a situation at the time. There was massive strikes. Patients were being taken off the operating tables in the public hospital, and that was it.
Okay, no, thank you.
All right. The hospital, you said it's there, it's lying there, so the allegations that it has been auctioned are false. So it's not auctioned, it's still under your name lying there, waiting for someone to buy it.
We went on auction on the 15th of July. We got a buyer at the auction. They had 45 days to come up with, to put up the security, and they defaulted.
And that
So-
auction was sealed at 21 million.
That's it. That was the auction price.
All right, and that would be the total value of the hospital and with everything.
Well, I would value it a heck of a lot more than that, but that's the problem of an auction and a hospital that everybody thinks is tainted because the narrative that the Road Accident Fund have been putting out. That's what caused it.
All right, no problem. So at an estimate, how much would you say, I know you said you don't know how much RAF owes you, but can you make an estimate of how much RAF has paid to you over the years and how much RAF owes you? And at an estimate, just figures, don't have to be accurate.
Sorry, just have your microphone on.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Chair. I couldn't estimate. I mean, I haven't had, to go into that. Remember, I'm in Cape Town, up there are all the records. There's no staff there. But I could do it. And in fact,
If you can provide that in writing, thank you.
Because the Road Accident Fund has already provided that. Because they got accurate records from that, but yes.
All right, let me ask maybe two last questions. One refers to page 11, which is number 43, I think paragraph 43, where it says you had 6,285 summons, which were estimated at over 300 million, and 647 judgments, and then the cost totals to around 180 million. Now I need to just understand those figures. So the 647 judgments were from the 6,285 summons. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. However, the value of the 647 versus 6,285, I think that would be roughly maybe 10% of the total. Because if you're saying 647 judgments against 6,285 summons, I want to understand the maths of it, because those 647 translate to about half of the amount, or from the biggest claims. I just don't. I can't balance it off in my head, because there's very few that were paid. However, they translate to over 50% of what the summons were about. Maybe just briefly to make me understand that maths. Thank you.
I just want to consult with my lawyer because he's got more information on that than I have.
You can never do
I know.
because I mean the value of it.
The issue comes in is that to look at them from a percentage, etc. Because remember that a lot of the summonses might be the small amounts go to a magistrate's court, and the higher amounts with the judgments have been at the higher court. So you can't look at it on an average basis. Another thing, is that, have I answered that question at all? Or do you want more information on that? Without giving you a summary of
Okay, maybe if you can give us in writing a breakdown of
I
that.
think we could give a breakdown.
I would actually like to see it.
We'll give you a breakdown.
Thank you.
We've actually got a breakdown.
All right.
Okay.
Huh? It's
All right.
K. Annexure K.
Yeah, there is an annexure with a table. Sorry, there's an annexure with a table of every, with K numbers and everything. So they're itemized in the annexure.
All right, no
I think
problem.
it's annexure K, right? Yeah.
Okay, no problem. How much time do I have, Chair? 0.
Not zero yet.
That's right.
Yeah, you've got 2 minutes.
Let me ask this question. If you would know, understand that you may also not have information. We'll pose it to RAF when they come here. I want to understand if you know if the claims that you have put for the medical claims that you have put, if the claims, the food claims of the patients were paid out. If you understand my question, I'm saying the patients against which you are claiming monies for, if their full claim had been paid out, because there's also a backlog on that side. Maybe some of the monies you are asking for are for the claims that have not yet been finalized, or if the claims were finalized but they're just not paying the medical side of it.
Yes. First of all, when we classify an account as being owed, when the Road Accident Fund paid in terms of their RNYP, they paid a number of accounts where they only partly paid. So for us, the balance of that is those accounts are still owed. So that's the one side. We're hoping with this case coming up now that the Road Accident Fund will give us an RNYP so that we can in fact see what have they processed. We don't know anything about any accounts that might be on the list, off the list, since 2020. That's 5
Okay,
years
thank you.
ago.
Last question, Chair. You said if you think RAF should just purchase the hospital, and you said they could save a lot of costs. Is that does that insinuate that you believe that your services were quite far of an expense than it would be to run the hospital by RAF, or if the hospital was run by the Road Accident Fund directly?
Maybe it was misunderstood what I said. What I was saying about the RAF purchase the hospital is that it's a hospital. It's a desperate need in this country. And if RAF had a hospital where they could send their patients to, they wouldn't have to worry about if there was money being pinched unless it was Tembisa or one of those hospitals. But I'm saying that the value of that hospital in terms of seeing thousands of road accident victims that cannot go to a public hospital and get treated, how many of those people would have died and how many of them did die? That's it. So I'm not giving a thing about what I think the per hospital's worth. The price of that hospital on the auction, you're better to buy a house in Camps Bay. Not that I've got a house in Camps Bay. But I mean, a value of 21 million for a 200-bed hospital, I'll leave it to your imagination, because they've just said about the Kempton Park Hospital, which is a 300-bed hospital, and they say it's going to cost 3 billion rand to rebuild it. This is the building and the equipment, but I'm now wasting.
No, yeah, I'd like us to keep our answers short. Thank you. Thanks, Honorable Matlan. Yeah, Honorable Kupeka.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to Mr. Ford, his council. Greetings to the Scopa members, Scopa team. Chair, I'll start with a comment. I think the first comment, and this is reading from the notes that we got. It's that in May 2022, 21 months after making payments in installments of 36,908,000 rands, the Road Accident Fund ceased to make payments. Now, if you take the 36,908,000 rands and you multiply that by the 21 months, it equals 775,068,000 rands. And that still left a balance of 301 million rand that the Road Accident Fund needed to pay. And then by the time the Road Accident Fund commenced payment of the amount of the 301,721,492 rands 50 cents in installments, they paid 90 million and then 45 million rands to Sunshine Hospital. And even after they had paid that amount, there was still an outstanding amount of 150 million rand that the road accident fund needed to pay. So now, I say this, Chair, because I want to go back to something that Honorable Matiwan and Honorable Matlara alluded to. When they asked Mr. Ford about the lucrativeness of the road accident fund being a lucrative part or portion of Sunshine Hospital's balance sheet, I feel as if Mr. Ford is being disingenuous when he says to us, no, basically the RAF was not a lucrative business. Because then I'll go and ask Chair, and I doubt that he would have these figures with him. I'll ask him that besides RAF patients, I know that he had other patients. Could he give us income statements that would separate from his income statements the income that comes from the road accident fund and the income that comes from his other patients? Because I want to distinguish between the income that Sunshine Hospital made out of the road accident fund versus the income that Sunshine Hospital made between their private patients and the road accident fund patients. So could we please get that in writing? Because I doubt that you would have that now. Now, Chair, with that being said, Chair.
Okay, so let me ask first, because it's kind of better if as far as possible we get the answer now. Let's put the question to Mr. Ford. It can be in summary, but basically, what was the split in terms of your revenue over time between non-road accident fund patients and road accident fund patients? Because you said in the beginning you didn't know about the road accident fund, so you were taking patients anyway. So I'm assuming the situation changed over time. And the question I've also had in my mind is, how did you get to a point where basically it appears the majority of your patients were road accident fund patients? So I think it's an important question for the public to also hear.
Chair, I think in between all the questions I have mentioned that when the road accident fund itself escalated together with the knowledge that people got that they can send their family or whatever the victims to us. So the escalation of those patients happened automatically. That the reconciliation between this has happened, we're talking about this over a large number of years, and it is like that. However, if one looks at the simple way of, well, you owed this and they paid you those installments, the whole timing difference, it took, for instance, 10 months to get the first lot of installments. During that 10 months, the amount that we were in court for had already built up another 10 months. And in 2020, when they stopped the payment, they were already in arrears. We're talking about a hospital that's been building up delays in payment over a period, even if we take it from 2014, over a period of 10 years. The numbers are not as simple as turning around and saying, well, what is the percentage? I mean, I suppose cash flow-wise, we could employ a bunch of people to work out every payment and how many were left. There are still payments now which are owed on the RMYP, which probably go back at least 5 years.
Okay, no, so I've stopped the Honorable Kupeka's clock. This question is very important, and it's not a trick question, right? So I'd really like you to take a deep breath, because we want to understand something, and we don't want to we don't want to suppose anything, right? So my understanding is that when you bought the hospital, you did not know anything about the road accident fund, and then there was a trickle, right? I am assuming that what you are therefore saying, that over time, the volume between the road accident fund and other cases started tilting in the other way, right? Is that what you are saying? Or what you are saying is you continue to have a balanced inflow of patients. The only difference was the road accident fund was taking long to pay while the other ones were paying. We're trying to get to the point where the non-payment by the road accident fund is of such effect that you have to close your doors. I think that that's what we want to understand, because, you know, from a distance, it feels like the moment the road accident fund stopped paying you, then, you know, the business couldn't continue anymore. What the members want to get is an insight of what made it difficult to continue to operate. Otherwise, we are left with the impression that you relied significantly or mostly on road accident fund business, and when it wasn't there, the entire thing collapsed. So please give us an insight. I'm now asking this as my own question. I know we're out of time, but it's such an important question for our purposes.
I'll do my best. Firstly, over a period of time, it did. The road accident fund just got greater and greater and greater. And the percentage of road accident fund built up probably over the last 3 or 4 years. It built up to a high percentage. And there are other practical things in a hospital which makes it difficult to deal with it. But so it was a high percentage. And I believe that it would have got even higher had we continued. So it was critical. Now we had these patient increases. The road accident fund were increasing it. They were sending their people to us. So it was increasing. So the model of being a general hospital started to diminish. We were a general hospital, but you know, people don't want Fanta anymore. They're buying Coca-Cola. And that's the principle of it. And we knew that if the road accident fund stopped, it would do that. If you lost your biggest form of revenue, which it was. I mean, it has to be. The numbers are there. Like a hotel. Same thing with a hotel. So that's all I can do. I can't give you a better answer than that.
No, we're getting there. So, and this is my final question. Then I'll resume Honorable Kupega's clock. So does this mean that if a patient who had another issue, I don't know, fell off the roof, broke a leg, right, and needed to go to the hospital, let's say, if we choose any point in time, let's say 5 years in, if that same patient had called 5 years before, they might have been treated immediately, but 5 years later, what would have happened quickly would now only happen later, or you didn't have the capacity because that capacity was taken up by road accident victims. Is that what you are saying?
You're absolutely right, Chair.
Okay, all right, okay. Honorable Kupeka, I'll resume your clock. It's just an important question because, like I said, from a distance, it's like, you know, when the road accident fund is not there, there's no business. That's what it looks like from an absent of digging in. So it's an important question the member is asking.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. That's exactly what it looks like. It looks like when the road accident fund is not there, there was no business for Sunshine Hospital. Just like, for instance, your Kernel and Associates sitting back there. When there is no road accident fund work for them as lawyers, then they don't have work. So it looks a bit of, it tends to look a bit of like some sort of scheme that is there to just only benefit from, and when I say benefit, I'm quoting it nicely. To say they only benefit from RAF because it looks like a looting spree from RAF. Now, Chair, yes, it becomes like a cash cow. You see, for instance, when you look at the 300 million rands, there's on page 11, note 43, on the 300 million rands, Sunshine Hospital issued 6,285 summons against the Road Accident Fund for the current indebtedness exceeding 300 million. When you divide 300 million by 6,285 claims, it means that everyone that came to Sunshine Hospital for whatever injuries, those injuries were costing on average 50,000 rands per person. Is that, are we saying that is actually...
Ask me.
Okay, ask Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford,
The chair,
is that more or less correct, that of the 300 million and you divide it by 6,285, the average is around 47,000 rands per patient? Excluding medical doctors. Are we saying that that's the average that per injury per person?
Sorry.
Just to house the patients. On average, 50,000 rands per person.
50,000 rand per person.
So we are at,
47,000 to
Just
be
a
exact.
question.
we're at paragraph 43, right? All right, we'll go back. We're at para 43.
Paragraph 43.
And he's looking at paragraph 43.1.
They checked of the patients, yeah.
On page 11.
Yes, page 11. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, I don't know how to answer your question, because if you're asking me, is 50,000 rand not a lot of money for a patient? Well, if you think that that is, I just have to say to you that I do not agree. And if it shows that there's any, I think your terms were that there was a cash cow or whatever, well, I can only leave it there, and you must follow wherever it's going with for you. But if you look at this on table 3 of the table 3 on page 11 of Annexure L. This was done by the investigation committee. Polytrauma, 4 million rand. Fusion of C4, which is a spinal injury, 8 million rand. Head injuries, 5.8 million rand. How many 50,000s would go into the 5 million or the 8 million? So all I'm saying is, maybe it was a cash cow. That's your interpretation, that you're entitled to that. What I'm saying, that to turn around and say, is the average reasonable? The average is what it is. And whether it's 50,000 or 50 million, because if we only took these patients, the average would have been somewhere in the region of 3 million rand per count. So I can't get to the where the average is leading you in terms of being what you've suggested is an unreasonable amount. I don't know. We'd have to look at those 6,000 and see who was treated, how much was it, and then come up with that one was overboard, that one was priced. I'm not sure whether there's a thought that, have I got a constructive plan going to rob the road accident fund? I thought it was the other way around.
Mr. Ford, can I just ask? So, yes, please.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm not sure how you communicated with our the people that are making the guests, the people that are making submissions, but some answers are going to ruffle the feathers. And I think you must be able to calm the situation, because if the answer is going to be in that manner, there's going to be a comeback, and it's not going to look good. It's going to be very ugly. Please.
So, no, that's the intervention I was making. So Mr. Ford, remember I had said that when I said let's take a deep breath and calm down, okay? the reason is that I said, don't suppose where the member is going with the question. I think what I heard you to be saying, and you must also not second guess your own answers, otherwise they get long because you keep explaining and then the member's time runs out and I have to cut them off without them completing their question and answer session. So what I'm asking you to do, and I hear you saying in this case, is that various treatments per patient cost various amounts of money. If the member feels that the average is too high, then that's a member's opinion. If that's what you are saying, leave it there. And then let the member deal with your answer. Don't try and then further and further explain, because when you do that, firstly, the member runs out of time, and secondly, you also go into things which are then going to give rise to a heated argument, which is not necessary. So my ask to you is to the members, give your answer substantively and leave it there, and then let the member deal with it. We are going to get to the end much better that way. I hope you can understand.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Kupeka.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that intervention. Otherwise, this thing was going to go all pear-shaped now with those deposits from Mr. Ford. The next question, Chair, is how many of Sunshine Hospital's patients were legal foreigners and how many were illegal foreigners?
I don't have a clue. We've got ID numbers or passport numbers in terms of when patients are admitted, that identification. We understood the Act to say that it didn't matter whether it was foreign or not.
Okay, thank you. Could we get that in writing, Chair? I understand that Mr. Ford says he's got passport numbers and. Okay, if you're not able to tell us how many were illegal, could you at least tell us how many were foreigners versus how many were South Africans?
Chair, yeah, I would then have to go through, not that it's a problem, and have a look at their ID number or passport number. Anybody with a passport number would be considered to be a legal foreigner, and how would we determine what an illegal foreigner was?
It's okay. Please give us foreigners versus South Africans. I think the idea here is to understand how much money the Road Accident Fund is paying towards foreigners as a whole, legal and illegal. And I think, Chair, the next question was...
Sorry, can I just suggest this? So what you'll do, so please give us your summation of the records, right? And then we will ask for the same of the Road Accident Fund because we're concerned. So we'll just we're interested in the information itself. So please make a submission of what you've got. We will ask for exactly the same. So you see this itemization here that you've provided in Annexure K. If you can look at that same record and look at where's the SAID number and who doesn't, that's all. We will ask the Road Accident Fund the same information to be submitted to the committee. Thank you. Honorable Kupeka, I'll resume the clock and then it's your last question.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The last question, Chair, would have been, after the termination of the cooperation agreement between Sunshine Hospital and the Road Accident Fund on the 11th of July 2018, was the cooperation agreement ever renewed? Chair, I'm not sure if this was actually answered before. So I just would like to...
It's in the papers. I think it wasn't.
It wasn't?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, but he must answer. But
I'm trying to understand it so that we get to a position where we understand that after the agreement was terminated, and then the Sunshine Hospital continues to accept patients and to charge RAF and so on and so forth. What were they basing their charges on? Whoa. I just would have wanted that. Chair, and may I beg your indulgence for the last question? The hospital was bought, or was someone tried to buy it at the auction? Do you know who tried to buy the hospital? Thank you, Chair.
All right, so 2 questions succinctly. When the cooperation agreement was terminated, why did you continue with treatments and the like? Number 2, do you know who made the 21 million rand offer at the auction?
Chair, yes, I was actually at the auction. The buyer was a company, and the auctioneers handled that. And there was a the name of the individual that signed with the auctioneers that purchased the company was a Dr. Randaka, I think was the name. But I know nothing about him. It didn't bother me purely because it was up to him to pay.
No, it's fine. I mean, just give us the name. That's what I'd like us to do. So just give us the name and leave it at that point. Yeah.
I could give you a copy if you want. I could give you a copy of the sale agreement.
That would be helpful. Thank you. And then there was the first question, which was once the agreement was terminated, why did you continue providing? And Honorable Kubeka, if I'm phrasing this wrong, let me know. Why did you continue, treating patients, accepting patients, and billing the RAF if there was no cooperation agreement anymore? Is that what you're asking? Okay.
Before the cooperation agreement, we accepted patients. The cooperation agreement was no contract to not or take. And we had every right to carry on taking patients with or without the cooperation agreement. The cooperation assisted in terms of what was on that. That was what the Road Accident Fund wanted, not what we asked them for. But we continued. There's no reason not to continue with the cooperation agreement. We didn't continue with the cooperation agreement, we just continued to take patients.
Okay. No, just switch off your mic, because if Honorable Kubeka switches his on, then we can't hear him. Please go ahead.
Chair, I'm not sure if I'm understanding Mr. Ford correctly. So there was no cooperation agreement, but they carried on working anyway, and they expect RAF to pay them anyway, having continued to work without a cooperation agreement. Is that what Mr. Ford is saying?
So can I just refer us back to previous testimony here? So the way the RAF Act works is that there are 2 forms. RAF 1, Form 1, is for you to make your claims, general damages, etc., etc., etc. RAF 2 is an annexure here attached to this affidavit. It's the first annexure. It's the one for claiming for medical expenses. That form you can take anywhere. It is not dependent on any cooperation agreement between that medical service provider and the Road Accident Fund. In other words, you went here last week. The Road Accident Fund people were here, and they explained, for instance, that they used to assist people with individual claims, and they needed to get certain medical reports, they would get treatment, so there would be an undertaking. So you are not here for the part of that of our proceedings here. There's an undertaking from the RAF. They've established that you were in an accident. You were not a driver, you were a passenger, and so on. You now need medical treatment. You get an undertaking letter that says the RAF is going to cover your medical expenses. You can take that to Dr. Matiwan, hand in that form. That form says once Dr. Matiwan has treated you, they can claim from the Road Accident Fund for your treatment, right? So in other words, The cooperation agreement itself is not necessary for the purposes of getting treatment. I have read the cooperation agreement. The cooperation agreement, and I'm just trying so that we don't off-ramp unnecessarily. The cooperation agreement, the terms of it, it's an annexure here, covers other things. So it appears, my reading of it, that the Road Accident Fund, for instance, was concerned with touting. So the people had to get an office, somebody walks in, there's a touting lawyer there. So the person from the Road Accident Fund could now go and speak to you and say, we will assist you, get you an undertaking letter so you can get. So it didn't say that, because that was the question that I went back and forth when I read the affidavit for the first time. I said, but where's the open tender process? Where is, so it's a question that occupied me as well. That is why the rough one form is here, because part of the preparation is trying to do that. Okay, so the cooperation agreement, you can read it in your own time, does not say the Road Accident Fund undertakes to pay you. There are other processes around it, including the car and that kind of thing. So I don't know if that is helpful, but those annexures are all here, the agreement, etc.
No, Chair, that
Does that
helpful.
help?
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
so you can take that form to anybody. So that is why Sunshine Hospital could continue to take walk-ins, because the agreement was not about whether you can get medical treatment or not. They could have easily gone next door and the same thing would happen. Yes, I hope that's helpful. Yeah. Honorable Member is not going to get her chance, and so Honorable Atkinson, can I give Honorable Member a chance?
It was just to make a comment about a legal issue, just 1 minute, that's all. And that's the issue of implied contract. So whether or not there was an agreement in place, if they'd operated for many, many years, and even if that had cancelled and they continued, there is implied contract. So I think
Okay, but Your Honourable Atkinson, you're answering on behalf of the witness, and you're not supposed to do that. Please don't. Honourable Member, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Chair, my first question is on the issue which was not clearly clarified. You had a gentleman's agreement, you operated, and this gentleman's agreement led to cooperative agreements and everything. And to someone who's listening, it looks like a retainer kind of a thing, kind of arrangement, where we'll keep you, you will service us. And if we stop paying you, you might as well have stopped operations. But here is a problem. You stopped your operations at some point, and then you went back. This is on paragraph 35 of your submission, that in 2013, until it closes doors in 2025, approximately 130 state hospitals, doctors and specialists approached Sunshine Hospital with urgent requests for medical assistance in the treatment of critically injured motor vehicle accident victims. This is where I don't understand it. Did you open again because of these hospitals that came to you, that approached you on urgent requests?
Through you, Chair. The 130 hospitals are just a list of the number of different hospitals that transferred patients over that period of time. 130, I counted them, just to make that statement. This is a statistic. State hospitals, doctors and specialists, because the state hospitals, it was the doctors or the specialists in those state hospitals that signed the transfer forms. Then we get to for urgent assisting and treating critically injured MVA patients. The 130 state hospitals is a statistic. The relevance is just to try and explain how many people or how many hospitals were dependent on Sunshine Hospital.
Sorry, can I ask a clarity question? And it's purely a drafting issue here, Mr. Ford. So you said 130 state hospitals, doctors, and specialists, okay? Is the 130 all of them together, or, because the way you answer the question is important relative to what is in the affidavit. Is it all of them together, or are you saying it's 130 hospitals?
It's all of them together, 130. So in other words, if we do...
No, I get it. You said it's all of them together. Yeah, thank you. Please, Honourable Member, I'll resume your clock.
Okay. Now, if then that is the case, it's very interesting because your situation was enabled by the incapacity, or rather incompetence, of state hospitals. It will be very much helpful for us to get those state hospitals' names and hospital managers that made those undertakings, because then it means they collapse the entire state for a hospital that is not a state hospital, that's going to take money from the entity of the state for its survival, instead of them submitting that which they require in order for their hospital to strengthen capacity to Treasury, so that they, instead of getting money from RAF, they can get it from Treasury and build a hospital.
Can I answer? Yeah. You're absolutely right. If the state had provided the money and the structures for those hospitals, they wouldn't have needed to send those patients anywhere. I agree with you 100%. Not my problem, it's their problem. Those hospitals, they had to go somewhere, and they sent them to us. I agree with you. Your assumption that, well, if they should have gone to the state and asked for more money and more doctors and more equipment, and not a problem. It would have been lovely, because it would have helped every South African in the country.
Thank you very much for that answer, because you having been available for motor vehicle accident victims was very skewed to service delivery, because people are not injured only in accidents, and they don't require specialists for accidents in South Africa. They require specialists for everything. I can fall here in Parliament and hit my head. That's not rough claim, but I need a specialist. And if the hospital cannot provide that, but it must be provided for a motor vehicle accident victim somewhere cozy where you are housing them, it's very problematic for me. I don't know how you were seeing this whole picture as a person owning a hospital, because your services were merely there for accidents, not for anything else. Am I correct?
Sorry, Ma.
Your services were only there for accident victims or patients, not for any other injury.
Our services were there for any patient that had any injury or sickness. If they came to us and they were on a medical aid, or they paid cash, or in terms of the road accident fund, they were another medical aid, for the want of a better word. So I don't know where it's. That's my answer, Chair.
Thank you for that answer. So, what made your balance sheet not being capable to carry you when RAF is not paying, if you are not only treating accident victims, you were treating everyone coming to the hospital, and others were paying with medical aid, claim process seamlessly, nothing happens. What then affects your cash flow?
There is no doubt that the escalation of road accidents, which came about, which was a surprise, but that's what we did, and more patients that came in there, the busier the hospital would be. So we would have done that if there had been 10 people that fell off the roof and came into the hospital, as with, for instance, a very similar one like WCA. People were being injured in factories, etc. They brought them to our hospital. We did the same thing. We had to wait for the WCA to pay. They were a little bit more they paid on a more regular, and not only that, the big issue was WCA had a tariff. I mean, everything goes around tariff, and the Road Accident Fund had 10 years to pull up a tariff, and they never did it. And it would have solved so many problems. But that's my answer, Chair.
Thank you for that. Mr. Ford, you had a gentleman's agreement, then you had a cooperative agreement. Was there at any stage a mention of bidding for this kind of business within RAF? And link that to what you mentioned, I just can't get to the paragraph now, that at some point there was a mention that there's going to be bidding of other private hospitals. Was there any mention to you to bid for these services at RAF, and what was your response?
There was never, ever any bidding process for RAF business. We were offering service to the victims, not to RAF.
I'm now lost. You had a gentleman's agreement in 2003. People approached you. That was 2003. Yeah. People approached you 2007. Then you have an agreement. So if you were just offering services, what was the requirement at the time, and what caused the service agreement and them approaching you? What was the relationship? Because there was no service level agreement, but there was an approach. What was the approach seeks to achieve? If your services were not for RAF, what was the conversation around the approach, and what was the conversation around the cooperative agreement?
Chair, first of all, I don't get into the mind of RAF. They approached us. There was no agreement that they would send us patients or we would treat them. We didn't have to. We could treat anybody that was involved in a road accident. And I don't know what was in the road accident's mind when they did it.
Sorry, Mr. Ford. So the question is a different one. The different one is when. So this is on paragraph 14. Okay. This is him. So I'm stopping your clock, Honourable Member. I just want us to answer the question that is asked, right? So this is from paragraph 14. I believe that Sunshine Hospital was approached by RAF due to our willingness to accommodate. So what the Honourable Member is asking, when you were approached, this is before you now had an agreement, what were you asked to do? Not what were they thinking. When they approached Sunshine Hospital, what did they say they wanted from you? That's the question.
What they wanted from me is to be able to put in their monitoring staff, or call it what, case managers, into the hospital. It gave them direct access to those people. It also assisted with the claims process in terms of the administrative ability to send claims through. And maybe it was the early direct claims, I don't know, but they were the ones that wanted the cooperation and have an office there so that they could come in direct contact with the people that are going to claim from the Road Accident Fund. I'm assuming that.
Okay, so don't say you're assuming. The question was direct. What did they ask you to do? So if that's what they asked, then that's what they asked. When you say you're assuming now, it says you don't know.
That is what they asked.
And when they asked that, you were happy to continue without anything on paper?
The cooperation agreement. Which agreement are you talking about, not on paper?
Way back in 2003. There was nothing until 2007 where there was an agreement.
In 2003, we were already admitting patients. They approached us because they had a particular problem, and that is that they were piling up with patients that couldn't get into the state hospitals. So that was a service to their clients, the victims in road accidents. We didn't need a contract. We agreed. We will take those patients. That's it. That's my answer.
So last one.
So you agreed without a tariff. This is the reason why I'm asking what was the conversation. If I'm getting a patient whose leg is broken, this will be my tariff. If I'm getting a patient whose head and the skull is broken, this would be my tariff. The conversation should have had a clear guideline and a direction at what is it that RAF is going to pay for and what is it that you will offer. And that was not in place. And then at a later stage, then you have a cooperative agreement. But today, RAF owes you money, and RAF is fighting that money, and RAF is going to come here and tell us that we're fighting it because it's outside the tariff, it's outside this, it's outside that. Now, the danger of accepting a gentleman's agreement is exactly there. Work without a tariff, and you determine your own price. Was that the case, that you just determined the price and you asked them to pay?
Thank you. The question of tariff is that there was no tariff and there's still no tariff. So, and the Concord finally decided that the tariffs that Road Accident Fund were even proposing, I've been in it for 23 years, they only proposed one at that time in 2008. The Concord threw it out, and it's well documented in the Concord's judgment, very well documented why and what the Road Accident Fund should do. And the Road Accident Fund did not do it, not then and not now. The tariff story is a long one. It's in the judgment. It's well explained. And I would never have got a tariff out of anybody. They didn't have a tariff for anybody, not even before I got there. So that's my answer, Chair.
No, we got the answer. No, but the last question, which is very interesting, in the number of patients that you have ever received, could you confirm if you've received patients across South Africa from all hospitals, or is there a dominating province that was giving you patients? And could you, without the name of patients, provide us that list of referrals, as well as the 130 state hospitals that have declared incompetency, because we'll have to take that up in our report. But this one is just out of your head. Could you confirm if you have ever received patients from the entire country? Thank you.
From the entire country, mainly the patients came from Gauteng. And just going of what I haven't got the calculator here, the information is available, but I don't have it here. Could go and count up, well, how many patients came from Limpopo? Limpopo was a big area, because they had, as far as we're concerned, there were so many accidents in Limpopo. But so Limpopo was a big one. But we had patients from far distances, maybe 300 or 400 k's, but they weren't many. But they all came from there for specific reasons, very specific reasons, and those reasons would be in the file of the road accident fund. So I can't guess where else. We took patients from wherever they were requested to come from.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ford. I'm just going to ask follow-up questions on some of the things that the members have asked. By the way, so Honorable Kupeka, Annex K, each of the judgments are itemized. Each of them has an ID number, which is a mistake on part. So can I ask the members to treat that? We really should have asked for that to be redacted. There are names and ID numbers and passport numbers. I guess the only thing we need is for the collation or the analysis stuff. But I've just looked now, I was looking for something else. There is a name and ID number and the other details and the cost per claim, and whether that person is a South African ID or not, and where there's no ID, there is a passport number. So that information is provided in the annexures. Can I just ask, and these are, hopefully that these questions are going to help us. I just want to understand how your hospital worked in general, and this is before, in fact, just how it worked. Do the doctors, what type of medical specialists did you have in the hospital?
We had medical specialists available to provide the services as and when necessary, because they worked all over the show. They didn't only work for me, or not for me, but like all hospitals. Doctors work in 4 or 5 different hospitals. So when we never employed any doctor, we didn't. They worked for.
So the model is pretty much like Netcare or Life, where the doctors work for themselves. Some of them may occupy your premises, have rooms there, either full-time or part-time, and so on. That's all I want to know. I'm trying to get to the billing, so please bear with me. Don't give long answers. Just deal with what I'm asking. So that's the first. Did you have any others? So you had anesthetists and so on, similarly?
We did.
Okay. So when you then, there would be a claim submitted to the Road Accident Fund, each of those would invoice, and then you would collate those invoices and then send them through to the Road Accident Fund. Would that be correct?
Yes.
So when we see an amount per patient that says 120,000 rand as an example, if you get a breakdown, you would then see the names of the doctors and other people that had worked on that patient. Would that be correct?
I would get anything that's...
No, I'm asking a different question. So let's say you've submitted a total bill of 100,000 rand to the Road Accident Fund.
Including the doctor.
Yes. So therefore what you are saying to us is if there is a breakdown, then we get to see what each of those doctors invoiced?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. What did the hospital actually charge for? What service did you invoice for?
The hospital invoiced for hospital services, which was the same as any other hospital. I mean, there's 450 pages of them.
Remember, we lay people here.
Okay.
We don't know. So just specify what is it here?
In a nutshell, the hospital charged for occupancy, the bed, drugs, theatre time, various equipment, etc., etc.
I see. So in other words, the doctors don't have, the theatres belong to you, the scalpels and everything. So that's what the hospital charges for.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's fine. So I've got an idea now of what is contained in the invoicing. So that's the one question. The second question that I want, a set of questions that I have revolve around the referrals from other facilities. What do they attach to the referral? What tells you that this is somebody that we can? Is there a document? Is there a letter? What is attached to the referral?
There's a transfer letter from the hospital transferring the patient. Because there is
okay. No, that's enough. I've seen it.
Okay.
But remember, the public has to hear this. No, I've seen it. Yeah. I've seen the transfer letter. So basically, the patient gets transferred. What is the process that happens before a patient is transferred? Are you just surprised to see somebody arriving? What happens in the background?
The hospital has to contact us if they have got a patient that they cannot treat. They have to contact us. We then have to inquire. This is done telephonically by the operations manager or the nursing manager, whoever's on call for those kind of calls. And they contact them and say, we've got this patient. The standard question that's asked, what are the patient's injuries? Just to get an idea of what they're sending us in case we can't accommodate them. So that has gone through. And then we'll agree or we won't agree to say, okay, send them. So that's how it worked. So we wouldn't put ourselves in a position where we end up having a patient ending up at the door, transferred from another hospital, and we know nothing about the patient.
All right. No, thank you. So can I ask that in your own time, but before the end, before you start writing the report, so if you can provide this information by the end of the month, if you can, because it would be really helpful to us, okay? If you know from your previous financial statements, from your income statement, if this was clearly delineated, what the revenue split between MVA and any other patients that you got. If you can give it to us for a period, let's just take 10 years, right? So that we can see how that changed in the income statement, right? So that's, if you can provide that to the committee in writing. What I do want to ask now is about the cash flow issue, right? At which point do you register the cost of medical treatment? So I'm assuming that, is it at the point of invoicing? I'm trying to get to the cash flow situation because it's really important and we must deal with this publicly. And I'm going to try and do it as simply as I can. So please forgive my stupid questions, right? So that I don't suppose what your answer is going to be. So how long would it take for the road accident fund to pay you on average? At least let's just say, when you said sketchy, what is your normal invoice payment period? And how long was the road accident fund taking relative to that?
What was it normal? normal payment if it was we only had two kinds of patients, three in fact. Medical aid, who pay within 14 to 30 days, and that if it doesn't, you go to the council and complain. And then cash paying patients, if they came in and they paid cash, then they would pay a deposit. So it was one doesn't know how long is a piece of string. Then you've got road accident fund patients, which I don't know what the average could be. Sometimes it's been up to years that some accounts haven't been paid. It's very difficult to turn around and say there's an average with road accident fund in terms of days or months.
So in terms of your operational expenses then, would it be accurate to say while you were waiting for the road accident fund to pay,
Yeah.
you would use the revenue from the other either medical aid or cash payments to subsidize the ongoing treatment of road accident fund patients?
We would manage the income wherever it came from in terms of expenses. We wouldn't say, well, you know, this belongs to that. We didn't cubbyhole. In terms of cash flow, so much cash flow came in and so much cash flow went out. So I'm not quite sure.
Okay, so let me ask this. So please provide, so you said medical aids and everything used to pay within 14 days, right? Can you then please, if you have that information, provide us with the average length of time it took the road accident fund to pay you? Because where I'm going with this is the following. This question that Honorable Kupeka asked is very important, and Honorable Mente asked. Okay, if you say to me, and I'm running any organization, I've got customers, 50% of my customers pay on time, the other 50% take 8 months to a year to pay. What will happen is that my ongoing operational expenses I'm going to cover from the cash reserves that I have. The question is, do they run out at any point? We have to answer that question, because the question that the members asked is really important. Now, I know you didn't do a split, but we still need to get a sense of why it is that the road accident fund's inability to pay affected your ability to operate. That's a question here. Why did the road accident fund's inability to pay affect your ability to operate?
Are you asking me the question?
Yes, that's the holy grail question.
Yeah.
Why did the road accident fund's inability to pay affect your ability to continue operating?
Chair, can I just use an analogy? Because it's very difficult.
Yeah, you can use an analogy.
Okay.
Yeah, because that question was important.
Sorry?
I think that question was important. We didn't deal with it substantively.
If I took a hotel, that's what a hospital is at the end of the day, you can make a profit over a certain occupancy level because of your fixed costs, which you're going to be there. Doesn't matter if you've got 55% occupancy, maybe you make a profit. If you've got 49% occupancy, you make a loss. And that is it. So of course it affects your ability. It does. We're classifying RAF as being, it is the biggest client.
No, I know, Mr. Ford, you've said it does. That's why your hospital shut down. The question is why? That was my question. Okay.
I can't answer.
You can't answer it. Okay. What was your break-even point in terms of occupancy, percentage terms? I mean, what took you to break-even point in terms of overall occupancy?
I have difficulty because I know that break-even points in the hospital were totally ridiculous. Please bear with me. Even with banks, if you wanted to apply for a bond or whatever, what's your occupancy level? So they're saying, what's your occupancy level? You cannot determine the profitability just because of an occupancy level. It goes to the amount of expenditure in one side of your people in the penthouse, or you've got 100 people eating in your KFC downstairs. With respect, Mr. Chair, I'll get you what you want. I'm just a bit confused as to in what form it can be presented.
No, that's fine. So basically, in your financial modeling, right? So it's basically, this is a property business in the main, right? From your end, right? It's a
Property business.
in a sense, yeah, in the sense that the doctors that have rooms in your hospital, they rent those rooms. They're not theirs. They rent them from you, right? So it's based on occupancy, either by doctors or by patients. Let me put it like that, right? So you need to have warm bodies in the building in order for you to generate the revenue. There are two types of warm bodies. It's the medical staff, of course, the support staff, accountants, cleaners, and the like, but primarily it's medical staff. The other warm bodies are patients. If you've got enough of both, and they are all generating revenue to a certain level, your business is sustainable. Is that assumption correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what the reason for my question is this. So it appears to me, and this is what I didn't want, this assumption I didn't want to make, that occupancy was healthy, revenue wasn't. That's why you shut down. Do you see why I'm asking these questions? So it's not a trick question. This is really important because we need to understand what really happened so that when we write our report, we can get to the nub of the issues. Otherwise, we are left with an assumption. So, for example, it may be that your assertion is when the road accident fund didn't want to pay you, that affected your business and you to shut down. But it could be that, for instance, for other reasons, the maintenance was poor, there were rats and so on. Doctors also didn't want to occupy your hospital anymore. And so you had lots of other problems, such as, just the right doctors not wanting to operate from that hospital. Do you see? So I'm not asking you trick questions. I am just trying to get to the bottom of some of the assertions that might be made out of this process. So when I ask for this information, it's not a gotcha. It's to develop an understanding, right? So to the extent that, so let me do this for the sake of time. We will ask you a further information request. And we will just ask for certain information that if it's possible, if it's available, please provide to us, because we don't want to say as a result of the road accident fund, so that might be your view. But evidence might also say that that's not the reason Sunshine closed, right? There were other reasons. So that's why I'm asking these questions, and that's why it's important for the members to get answers. And I understand that it might not be easy to recollect off the top of your head. So we will send a request for further information. Can I ask, and I know you did this in good faith, so next time you're going to include people's personal details, if you can, and I'll ask the staff to assist with this. We tend to black out that information because it's going to be public record. So, but we will do that, through the Parliament services. So let's leave it here, Mr. Ford, for now. But that information is important so that we can understand. The other thing that I'm going to ask for in the information request is we'll look at the annexures again, especially as they pertain to the judgments and the interest and so on. We'll ask for similar information of the Road Accident Fund. We will ask for the final report. So this appears to have been some kind of final draft report, or at some point we'll ask for the final version, and that final version will be shared with you, if it exists, so that you know what we've used to arrive at our own conclusions, right? Then what we'll do as part of this process, and we're going to do this with everyone, the findings and recommendations pertaining to you and you being Sunshine Hospital, that will be shared with you in draft form so that you can comment. And then we'll finalize our report. So that's an offer that's available to every witness that appears here. So in terms of our process, we will do that. But I know that, being here for hours, I get tired even just asking questions myself. So I understand testifying is challenging. It's a long time. And I just want to thank you for your submission, the detail you've put in your submission, your answers to the members, and also your willingness to assist us with further information. So we'll have a further information request with you. But thank you very much. And Mr. Nell, thank you very much for the assistance that you've provided to Mr. Ford and by extension to ourselves as the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, thank you very much. I know we've kept you now, you're going to have to eat quickly, but I apologize. Thank you so much. We will then convene tomorrow. Thank you.
Right, we'll just...